Greetings, everyone. Coinstamp here, otherwise known as Swirling Vortex 09 on YouTube, and welcome back to another episode of Elden Ring Reforged. How is everyone doing on this fine, Tuesday afternoon? I myself am doing alright. Without further ado, let's sort of briefly touch on the things we intend to do today, and then we can go ahead and get started. And a little bit of a recap beforehand is necessary. We pretty much set ourselves up to explore the Carrion Manor gate, or like the Carrion Manor in general. We grabbed a few collectibles that were here before proceeding to actually go through the Carrion Manor, and the witching hands were awful. They killed us a few times. And when we finally managed to forge through that, we made our way over to Loretta, took an attempt or two, then killed her, defeated her rather. Then, once we managed to get the Royal Moon Grazing Grounds done, we proceeded to have a tour of the Rise, not before having to defeat Adula, or at least causing them to run away. Then we went and talked to Ronnie, then we went and talked to Roger, and we went and talked to Ronnie again to become her vassal. More or less. We met her, I don't want to say accomplices, I want to say compatriots. We met her compatriots. And then proceeded to end off by talking to Celivis, the preceptor of the sorceress arts. And this was our first mention of having, cold sorceries for us to purchase. And I said off camera that I would be grinding these up, and checking for dialogue. Dialogue does not come from purchasing sorceries, and we are good to go ahead and engage that dialogue now. It's just based on a certain number of times talking to him, and you don't have to engage the dialogue when it shows up.
Begging for another lesson so soon? There remains much to be done. Make it quick.
Yeah, Celivis is the first point of order. So as you can see, we've got all of our sorceries. I have changed the fortunes and other setups to accommodate this. We're not a warlock now. We are a wizard. A wizard will actually boost these spells. So we're rewarded for playing as a wizard, using the wizard fortune, and having access to Freezing Mist and Glintstone Ice Crag. Granted, I don't think Frostbite by itself is a particularly useful status without something to make it easier to apply, and something by which to reset the status. Because here's the thing about Frostbite, right? Is that Frostbite, and this is a nice cool thing, is that with Elden Ring Reforged, Frostbite does more now. There's a reason to apply it besides instant damage gratification. If we'll turn our attention to the website that contains the changelog, and we click on it, and then we go over to General/Player, under the changelog section, or you can click on it from the page. We have various statuses. Frost really hasn't changed that much. Yeah, Frost is just, it mostly has the same effects, it just scales now. So, the main purpose of applying Frost, once you get over the instant damage gratification, is the slowing effect more than anything else. And that means that unless we have something to reset it, we actually don't want to be relying on Frost that much. We want to use other stuff on top of that. So, now I will turn our attention over to dialogue.
What's that? You want another puppet? Quite the keen paramour, aren't we? But I'm afraid each and every one is like a child to me. I can hardly just give them away. Oh dear, What's to be done? Why don't you fetch me some starlight shards? If you can manage it, I'll gladly prepare a new puppet for you. The soul of every puppet has its own ambience. You'll soon come to know once you possess a few. And once each's predilections are known to you, the better you'll be able to love them. Oh yes, you have much to look forward to further down this road.
Let's obtain the other puppet. Yeah, if you have any puppets that you weren't able to select from the free one the first time, they'll be offered here. You can pay starlight shards in order to get them. Typically the cost is somewhere between 2 and 3 on each puppet. No real rhyme or reason as to which ones are 2 and which ones are 3, but we do want to purchase the other jar white puppet. I do want to note that there is a reason in Elden Ring Reforged to keep starlight shards. They are used for accessing alternate game modes. This mod does have access to a couple of those. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cough into the mic there. What would this be under? This would be under difficulties, I think. Yes. Okay. So I want to take an opportunity to talk about new game modes, which I will put those in the chat here. Also have to really shrink this so I can get a view of the chat here. Okay. So this will take us to the next journey / game modes. So as we have confirmed, we do have the ability to go over to the Chapel of Anticipation every time in order to advance it early. Using this by interacting with the statue in the chapel will provide you with runes and materials to upgrade yourself. The purpose of the feature is to provide an experience that doesn't require you to worry about upgrade materials or leveling that much when playing with New Game Plus scaling. Any area can be done in any order. 10 Starlight tokens are required to advance to New Game Plus, and 5 for every plus beyond that. This feature will provide tokens which can be exchanged at the same statue for any piece of gear in the game. So you don't have to exchange Starlight shards specifically for that. There will be other things you get in order to build the character you want. The more energy cycles you go, the more tokens you get. Then, additionally, there are new game modes accessible at the chapel. The first one is called Eternal Return, and is a game focused on NPC quests. Cursed by the 3 fingers, you only have 3 in-game days to become Elden Lord before the flame consumes you and Order is lost forever. Players must empower themselves with grace found from interacting with and completing NPC quests to become the Elden Lord. Okay, and then Starlight tokens. Okay, and there are no way to get Starlight tokens. But in order to get Starlight tokens, you need to exchange for Starlight shards. In other words, you need to advance to a new game to get these things. So, there are definitely reasons in Elden Ring Reforged to keep them. However, if it's your first time, or you want to experience the mod, organically, is the word I should use. Then you don't want to use this feature. But rest assured, we will at least be experimenting with it once we get ready. So when we get ready to defeat the Elden Beast and we get the ending, like all FromSoft titles, you have the ability to advance to New Game Plus on the spot. But you can also just choose to stay in New Game and experience other things before moving on. I believe there's an option for this. And we will be using that as a means to explore the rest of New Game and experiment with this new feature before before we get ready to actually go to New Game Plus and experience other endings. Okay, and is there anything else?
You're proving to be quite the puppeteer. I've not had an apprentice for a very long time indeed.
And just to make sure... Oh ho, so there's a scheme now, is there?
Perhaps you'll be interested in a little scheme of mine. It will
I love that gesture.
Of puppets, which I aspire to cherish with these very hands. A ploy to fool even Lady Rani. How does that sound?
Go on, even though I hate this with every fiber of my being.
I knew I had you pegged. You're just like me. Then I'd like you to procure something. A rather unique starlight shard that glistens with amber. With that, my special draft will gleam with nectar sweetness. And even a demigod would be slave to its charms. Procure it for me. The rather unique starlight shard that glistens with amber. With that, my special and even a
Okay, so there's a point in so we're gonna play along, okay? There are some reasons that I think that I'll say this. I think this is doomed from the start. And the reason has to do with Rani's own words. She cast off her flesh. And I'm thinking dear Celavis doesn't know this. Because a draft, you have to drink it, right? You need to drink it. You need to... It's like administering the potion. If you were to administer the potion to Nefeli Lu or the Dung Eater, you would get their puppet. That's the goal. It renders them inert, soul intact, ready to be turned into a puppet. What do you do when you don't have a flesh, and when the soul is of a higher order than you'd expect? I'm beginning to suspect that Celavis might just be doing something here over his head, and that Sir Gideon Ofnir was right. He really is just a twisted little dolly botherer. I'm so sorry, but that I couldn't resist making that little quote. Now, the reason that I pointed that out is because there is a very, very bad map that sort of points us to where we're supposed to go. Sort of. A simple, badly weathered map, left discarded and forgotten for some time, depicts streaks of amber light. What are we supposed to do with that? If you'll recall, we gained these by purchasing them from Pidia, the map. We had other stuff. Well, that's gonna involve us going to Altus Plateau in order to actually obtain said Amber Starlight Shard. We're not ready for that yet. We need to come over here to the Gate Town Bridge, and we need to go to someplace very specific. Just need to find it. But before that, we should go see if Dialos is still in town. If he's still at the table where he's supposed to be. Because one of the things that you learned with Elden Ring... Ah, CB can't even do that. He's gone. That means he should be at his next location. So let's try that again. Let's go back to Gate Town and see about talking to him before we go into Altus Plateau, because I do think there are a couple of things that trigger by going there. Where can you find Dialos? Well, Dialos, from memory, is sitting at some ruined house. He said he was looking for his servant Lanya, so he should be out there doing that. He's probably out over here somewhere. We need to be headed north, and that, of course, means we have things we need to fight. Let's go ahead and pop this. Now, our ice cracks are doing an incredible amount of damage. Additionally, we also have the ice spear, which doesn't quite reach at this distance, but that's okay. Ice spear is a tad more expensive, but it really does pack quite the punch. One ice spear, straight death. Impressive, yeah? I love this thing. But we need to continually heading. We need to continually heading. Would you like to try that one again, Coin? We need to head north. And then we probably also need to head west. We probably also need to mine this Miranda flower. And we have a couple of new spells we could play with. One of them being, Freezing Mist. And there are several other spells we can also play with. Note that I've also kind of changed our spell loadout. We're not carrying any of our usual spells. Or most of them. I should say most of them. And running doesn't really cut it for dodging these things either, by the way. You need to roll to get out of the way. Because there's tracking. And it's not just a little tracking, it's a lot of tracking. And I do hear the Albanor off to our right. Complete with Ripple Blades. That was close. Very close. Thankfully, this is just poison, so we can swing away without fear or worry. Yeah, these Miranda flowers can be downright bothersome. Don't underestimate. Ugh. Feet, but my nose. It's weird. Okay. That is a rock, not a ruined building. Unfortunately, because we are a warlock or a sorcerer, we don't exactly get access to, we don't get access to any of our typical spells without having expensive costs associated with them. Granted, I think in the end, and this is not a knock on fortunes or anything, they reward specific playstyles, and I really think... I was going to comment on this on a forum thread, but I figured I'd save it for an actual on-camera comment. People forget you don't have to play this game, this mod, with fortunes on. They're an option. They are an option. Which means if you want to use extremely specific spells, you want to have extremely specific interactions that, you know, maybe it doesn't make sense to have them together in a fortune. That's fine. Don't use a fortune. Play with the stats you have. You don't need the ancillary effects. They're nice to have, they're not required. Now, maybe on Master Mode, that changes, but if you're talking about New Game or New Game Plus, or you're not talking about a difficulty mode or anything, then what does it matter if you use a fortune or not? I think people really do forget just how optional this system is. Um, there are good reasons to like the fortune system. It really feels like when playing around with fortunes, it really does feel like the class system that should have been in Elden Ring, but never was. But I also understand that what they really mean by class is starting loadout, starting gear. That's what really makes the class in FromSoft titles, not anything else. Um, Stats are stats. They can be shaped, molded, and resculpted as you see fit. Nothing else is required. But the gear is not. The gear you're stuck with. That is what makes the class. I did also make sure that our staff was upgraded more or less properly. We did have another staff, and it has exactly the same scaling, just no boost to sorceries of any particular kind, which is nice in its own way. I'm trying to remember exactly where he is. I believe you had to go west out quite a ways to find him. In regards to the staff, though, oh boy, I sure hope I didn't screw this up by walking past it just inadvertently. Might need to whip out the map to deal with this. But yeah, okay, there he is. There he is. I just didn't have any faith. I had no faith in my own memory.
Lanya. It's me, Dialos. Answer me, would you?
Come on, boy. Don't be daft. You could see her corpse right there. Why would you expect people to answer if they're dead? Let's not trample on them, though.
Hello, friend. Tell me if you know, would you? The whereabouts of the hidden house of those despicable fiends. The recusants who hunt their fellow tarnished. They laid hands upon my servant Lanya, and I refused to let the insult stand. The tale of House Hoslow is told in blood. I, Dialos, swear to deliver the message. They laid hands upon my servant Lanya. The tale of how I, Dialos.
Well, a tale in vengeance is best served cold. Or is that revenge I'm thinking of? Either way, we've done what we came here to do. Let's not tarry any longer. We will explore the rest of Central Liurnia at a later point. For the time being, we actually need to go ahead and go over to the Ravine Veiled Village, because we need to go ahead and trigger the next portion of the quest, and the map showing us where the Amber Starlight is actually pointing us toward Altus Plateau. Okay, I cannot do this without running my noses. I'm gonna go blow it out. We're gonna take a very quick ad break, and I'll be right back. Okay. I am back. Sorry about that. Really did have to go blow out my nose. Still feeling a bit stoved up, but I'm in a house filled with smokers who've now taken to keeping the door open. The door to the outside open. So, what else am I supposed to do? Needless to say, let's not focus on that, and instead let's turn our attention over to the ravine. The ravine is our underhanded way of ignoring the lift of Dectus. If we wanted to go through the lift, we would need to go over to Caelid and actually go from there. Now, I shouldn't really be going here with this particular spell loadout, as the boss here is actually very resistant to cold damage, or just frostbite in general. And the boss that I'm talking about is a magma worm. This one here, I believe, is Bakar. But there is another named dragon. Going over it now. Slightly resistant to magic all around, or to elements all around. I'll point you guys in the direction of the boss spreadsheet, which I'm using to go over stats, and weaknesses, stuff like that. Strikingly enough, take more from piercing damage. And, yeah, they're very resistant to frostbite. They are vulnerable to sleep, however. Too bad we don't have an actual means of applying it. That's about the only real sad part about it. We do have the sleep pots, but for what we intend to do with that boss, we're actually not going to want sleep pots either. We're just going to want to rely on inflicting status and keeping our friends alive. So, as much fun as it has been to go over the stats in question, or the spells in question, and attempt to use them, I will go over them now, like verbally, just so that we sort of understand. I won't spend time on carrying retaliation, as we've already gone over it. We've already talked about it. This is the best spell parry in the entire game, especially when it's stapled onto a shield, for goodness sake. Loretta's great bow, we didn't really get to touch on that much. So before we change the spell out, I do want to go over its strengths and weaknesses. So as you can see, even standing from a distance of, I'd say, about a football field, we weren't able to get it. We actually need to go over a little closer. It is very possible that the uncharged spell does not strike that far. But yeah, this is Loretta's great bow. It deals a large amount of magic damage. It does take some time to charge, but you are capable of charging the spell. And it only fires if you let go. If you specifically let go of the spellcast button. You are stuck in the animation once you begin until it is charged, or you let go for the uncharged version. But you also don't expend any FP either until you release the button. So if you need to move in order to do something else, then do it. Yeah, the charged form has serious distance. This is your, if you see a weak foe on the screen, just almost anywhere on the screen, you can get rid of them. They have great firing, this spell has great firing range. I think the charged form is better than the uncharged form, personally speaking. I even thought of this, I thought this of the original Great Bow before its changes from ERR were made. Granted, not a whole bunch of changes were there to begin with, but you know there are universal changes that every spell gets that I think the Great Bow benefits from. Just to make sure I'm not talking out of my butt or anything like that. Yeah, so not much has changed, but this spell does do more poise damage than normal. And Loretta's Great Bow already did a significant amount of poise damage. It wasn't anything special, but it wasn't nothing either. Now it really packs a good punch. You are definitely toppling enemies with this. Someone in the background just lobbing Loretta's Great Bow at something, they're gonna poise break them easy. I heard footsteps, or at least I thought I heard footsteps. Guess not. We're going to select our fortunes. We only need this one. And then we are going to change out our spells accordingly. Frost would be nice on Makar, since Frostbite does slow movement and make some of the more erratic behaviors a little bit, oh, I forgot. And this is just... Oh, and it's nice to see that they're split up into different categories as well. Sleep does something special, and Elden Ring Reforged, as it always does, with status effects, usually do something special. Although Blood Loss and Frostbite are the two that don't exactly do this. I completely blanked on what I was gonna say. Oh, sleep. Right. When an enemy wakes up from being asleep, sometimes, and this change really depends on the AI in particular, because the status that's left over afterwards has to be applied per enemy. It's a status called drowsy. And no, it's not something you can easily see. What drowsy does, more or less, is it slows down the AI for a while. If something's aggressive, you might find that it is suddenly less aggressive. It might be more passive in some way, shape, or form. Breath attack might not be applied as much as it normally is. Or an enemy might choose not to be... might choose not to use gap closers so much. Things like that. Now, because Makar... I should say, soporific stuff is useful. I just wish there were better ways to apply it besides let's lob a pot at it. You know? In terms of... Okay. So, it doesn't really matter what we pack for a bonus spell here. We just need to pack something. I'm also going to refrain from packing more spells than I think I need. And we definitely don't want to be applying madness here. That's not something that we're going to be able to get away with this time. Makar is 50% resistant to fire. All magma dragons are. Magma worms are. So you're better off not even thinking about using a spell like that. Just use something else. Regretfully, fire is pretty much the most common form of, you know, incantation damage we have. And we also still need to keep some number of useful spells on us for different reasons. So what we're probably going to do... Actually, it would be better if this were honed bolt and then use a secondary... Keep that as a secondary. We definitely want poison. We definitely want... See, this is Cleanse Me. That's the Flame of Frenzy. We're not going to be able to get away with that. Let's pack some damaging incantations, and then let's pack Blessing's Boon, and then we also want Darkness. We also want Assassin's Approach, I think. Yeah. This spell loadout looks good. We'll just change out our gear to compensate, and the transformation is complete. Why are we making these changes, right? Like I said, this boss stiffs our usual approach of poison and madness quite often. Such that we really have to change it up for that boss fight. Granted, you do get some help, but that help also causes the summons to That help causes the boss to scale up. Because these are NPC summons that I'm talking about. And you know what that means. NPCs make the boss fight harder in exchange for really not that much benefit. You'd be surprised at how inept some actual players are. Oh, and I'm thinking, is that NPC required? Hold on, I don't know if I can even do this yet. We're running into the case of this is why I'm so hesitant to actually to advance in Elden Ring the way I'm currently doing it. Is that it's not possible. This is the first FromSoft game for which a 100% is technically not possible during your first playthrough. I would say Dark Souls 3 readily pushes that boundary, but can be more attuned to just not knowing the proper way to do something, or to know the obscure interactions that make 100% impossible. But I just lost what I was going to say. But in the case of Elden Ring, you can I think it quite literally is impossible. Let's see. Right. Shaded Castle, Grease Pot Prosthesis, Mill Village. I need to look up as something separate. Okay. Nope. That's good. So, summoning NPCs. It's worth mentioning this now, because this is probably the first instance of the first game in a FromSoft title ever where summoning help doesn't affect the quest line. In Dark Souls 3, you needed to summon several NPCs depending on which ending you wanted. You needed to do the same thing for Dark Souls 2. You needed to do the same thing for Dark Souls. I don't know about Bloodborne. Sekiro didn't have NPC summons to help you, as far as I'm aware. And I don't know about Kingsfield or Armored Core or some of these other things. But in these major Soulsborne titles, you didn't really need summons before. Or you did need summons before. Excuse me. Sorry. Misspeaking is a common occurrence, and I tried hard not to have that happen. Especially not one so blatantly egregious as that. But this is the first time in known history of the game company, where you don't need to do that, where summoning an NPC has no effect on its quest or not. So knowing that little nugget of information, and I'm mostly going by a culmination of Reddit posts on the subject, and by that I mean different Reddit forum threads regarding the same subject, we're actually going to proceed as planned. So, let's talk about the ravine. First, entering the ravine will trigger, I believe it is supposed to trigger the beginning of Fia's questline. Once we make it out of the ravine and into Altus, I believe that is the necessary step. It could be actually going to Caelid. I've always gone through Caelid first whenever I've played, so going through Altus first feels a little funny. But over here at Coinstamp, we like to experiment on things. We like to be adaptable. And that adaptation requires sometimes thinking on the fly and thinking outside of the box and be willing to consult resources appropriately. Stuff like that. So this is the ravine. Here we're going to find, I believe, 3 and 4 level smithing stones, third and fourth level smithing stones. And the same is true of Sombers, if we find them here. And the ravine, this particular mining shaft, because it's going up the cliff, is actually divided into an inside part and an outside part. The inside part contains vulgar militia, as you can see one scuttling in the shadows there, miners, as well as land octopuses. There are a few outside. We fought one on the way in here. And bats, both regular and singing. All of them are there. Enemies that sort of make sense for being here. I don't know about the vulgar militia. There may be a story behind that, but the rest of these enemies may all make some kind of sense. Oh, and notice how I'm not bothering pulling my punches. If I see an enemy in the distance, I'm going for it. I'm not really considering, oh, well, what's my FP level like, or do I need to build up a generator? No, I'm just using my spells as I need to. And I only use my generators when they get close. That is because the vulgar militia, as we've already demonstrated in previous episodes, love to perform ambushes. They absolutely love to perform ambushes, and you will be ambushed from practically nowhere. All at the low cost of just taking a single footstep forward. So, oh, and something else as well. Something that's kind of a mixed blessing while we're here, and I should have thought to prepare the spell accordingly. Now we're gonna have to craft boluses instead. We'll craft 10 of these and place them on our hotbar. Said place them on the hotbar coin. Sometimes I have to remind myself to actually get some things done. But it's been happening more lately. But, yeah, ambushes are a really big thing in here. And I think I was just getting ready to talk about these little mound of balls here. You know, those are like spores or something. They're traps. They make noise, and you get these poison clouds that are here, causing problems. We just had to clean up being poisoned. We just had to take care of that. and they are very, very hard to spot. They are put in places that don't reflect light well. Like, see, it's kind of... You can easily tell here, but at a distance, it just looks like regular rubble, right? Yeah, looks like regular rubble. Meaning they're easy to step on. So you kind of have to keep your eyes pointed down. But keeping your eyes pointed down opens you up to being ambushed. You see the tension this simple little trap creates. All from just simply stepping over it. And, insult to injury, it builds up poison very fast. Yeah, you see what I mean? Ambushes everywhere. So you gotta keep your eyes peeled, your ears peeled, and not get fixated on doing one particular tactic or technique in order to navigate the ravine. You're gonna see this running theme a lot in Altus, where there are places you need to go, but there are things you also need to listen out for as well. You can't just blindly ignore. Also, we're gonna be making that lovely little pitfall later. Actually, it's worse. We can't even just fall there. We'll die. We actually have to ride the elevator back down. Prepare to hold this button and get ready to jump. Then we have to fall the rest of the way down. And all for, I believe, just a common run-of-the-mill smithing material or some consumable item. Okay, it's a smithing stone 5. We don't have one of those yet. So, or if we do, we don't have enough to go on. I believe we have to jump over here. And then we can... I think we have to... Nope. Okay, nope, we have to do... Always look. Always look at your surroundings. This game is a bit of a platformer now. It's kind of like Monster Hunter. You sometimes have to make these random falls in places. Or jump off of terrain to mount the opponent and go for the kill. Oh, and yeah, don't backstep. I've done this before. Where, like, in Elden Ring, you can't do this. It's replaced by a duck. But in normal Elden Ring, I should say in Elden Ring Reforged, this is a duck. Like what I'm showing now. In Elden Ring, it's a backstep. So if you're trying to press B to get ready to sprint, and you're not careful, you're just gonna back hop off the shaft to your death below. I've done it. It sucks. Don't do it. It's awful. I believe there's a miner off to the right. Sure is. And I believe these are immune to poison. And they hit like freight trains as well. They just do the same action over and over again to make matters worse. Just in case that weren't enough. Always gotta keep your eyes and ears peeled. And I like how... The other thing I really like about the Javelin, just from having played with it, is I like how flexible it is. Both the regular cast of the spell and the charged version have different properties. That's something I wish that... I mean, Elden Ring does do a fair amount of saying this is what the charged form does. This is what the regular form does. But I wish more spells did that, and it wasn't just always, oh, it did more damage, or it's faster, or more poise. Yeah, that's half the formula, but the other half of actually doing something interesting is just as important. And it's something that I think... I'm glad that our custom spells that are being added in Elden Ring Reforged, Kurtifer's custom spells, as well as everyone else's spell suggestions, are being taken seriously. I think there needs to be a lot more interplay between charged and uncharged spells. You get 2 spells for the price of 1, just by adding a charge effect on top of other stuff. I do hear the Tearstone Scarab in the background. I think this is a Tearstone Scarab you get something from. I really have to keep my eyes peeled, so it is hard to focus. I am trying to look over chat as much as I can. I hope you guys like what you're seeing so far. Between Javelin of Gold and just a bunch of other small stuff, I hope you guys can tell that this is more than, oh, it's someone who did a bunch of, I wouldn't call it brain dead, I would call it really specific tweaks to Elden Ring just for their own base playing experience. No, there are things in here that are directly from the community that Kurtifer has cultivated. Like, it is their mod. It does have their vision, but it does also have community submissions as well. And that's what I really think makes this a living, breathing mod, and not that there's anything wrong with, like, a magnum opus type mod, where it's like, oh, is this grand overhaul, and you have this really succinct, beautiful vision. That's great. But there's something to be said for being able to feel like you're part of the sculpting process without necessarily needing to have the skill set that goes along with that sculpting process. I really think a lot of mod creators and mod authors don't have and don't experience that. To someone who doesn't make mods, it's very cathartic to have your well-sculpted and possibly refined submission taken seriously, because the people who submit the ideas obviously have their own way of doing things, and maybe it doesn't respect the mod's original vision, right? Like, that's where the mod author gets to step in and say, like, if they're doing public submissions, that you know, I will have final say on its overall form, but feel free to suggest it. And the more well articulated the idea, the more likely it'll be I'll use it, etc., etc. Yeah, you guys thought I was gonna let you ambush me, but I'm not. 2 can play at that game. Spell effects can pop these early. I wonder. I'm gonna test something. Ah, good to know. There's actual hit collision on these. Sometimes the traps don't have hit collision. So the fact that these particular spore traps do have them is really nice. Now, I don't think I've been up here yet, of which I can already tell there are at least 3 ambushes waiting to happen. Vulgar Militia off to the right, and 2 miners off to the left. Well, I'm gonna get to jump on them today. Yeah, it pays to be smart. If the game gives you BS, feel free to hand the BS right back at them. That's my justification for playing through these FromSoft titles. And both me and my sibling pretty much have... I don't know. I guess I should be careful with that. Both of us agree, but between myself and my sibling, we have different skill sets. Two, my sibling has a very preferred play style. They really like to play that exact way. And not that they can't do other stuff, but it took a push to get quite frankly, it took the game being not amenable to that play style in PvE for there to be a shift. But there was a shift. And once my sibling did take that shift, their build styles and what they were capable of playing with did improve. Whether or not that is a good or a bad thing, I cannot say. As we're talking about, old Dark Souls playstyles versus new Dark Souls playstyles or new FromSoft playstyles. Like Dex builds are good versus Dex builds are bad. Blocking is overpowered to blocking is very underwhelming. It's the big difference between those things. And if you're a FromSoft veteran and you're not used to having the playstyle be upped in its ante, aka Sekiro, you might not be very used to being able to adapt to the faster playstyles, or just how much this game goes away from slow and clunky. And Elden Ring Reforged just makes this a tad better. I think that was almost a frame perfect roll, or the explosion was just short. I knew I was forgetting something. Yeah, there are all kinds of little crevices and places where these people love to hide. The Vulgar Militia really use this to their advantage. They are good saboteurs. They have excellent ambushing skills. If I were one of them, that is exactly what I would do. Oh, and look, a somber smithing stone. Oh, look, a stronger pump for our Dragon Communion seal. Just lovely. Now let's return to our regularly scheduled skulking. I love getting upgrade materials. I can't believe it's been an hour already. Just straight up been an hour. It's you're having fun when time flies and you can't really ever see it flying. The cold drinks ain't doing it for me. I've tried, but I need to go whip up a cold drink, or a hot drink, excuse me. So I'm going to rest and go do that on a scheduled break. I'm going to play a 3-minute ad here. This might take me a little bit longer than I'm thinking, so I'd rather be safe than sorry. I'll see you guys after the short ad break. This is a scheduled intermission, so, get up, walk. Feel free to get a snack, a drink, go hug a loved one, etc., etc. And I will see you at the end of the scheduled break. So sorry about that. Turns out the coffee took a little longer to percolate than I was expecting. Even for a K-cup. But, hopefully we're ready to move onward. Hopefully everyone had a good stretch break. Yeah, I think we were out for maybe 8 to 10 minutes. Other than that, we're ready to continue our journey up the mountain. And because our break took a little longer than expected, I'll try to remember that our next one should be at the 2-hour and 15-minute mark. And go from there. So we're halfway up. There's a new ruin, a new rest site to mark where we've been. Now, what we're going to do is exercise our stealth setup and mask our footsteps for a while. Granted, the light ain't helping. We could probably turn that off for the time being. But this part is mostly going to contain bats, and some militiamen that are here. Just some of them. And you can see how close together the enemies can be. Very close together. And I suppose now might be a good time to talk about, ads. Since it's on the screen. It has been there for practically 10 minutes. You don't like ads, right? Nobody does. Not really. Everyone's always looking for a way to get away from advertisements. I recommend Twitch Turbo. And this is just while we're sneaking. I will transfer to something else. Some other talking point as soon as possible. Twitch Turbo, $9.99 US dollars per month. Rate may vary according to country. Will take care of all ads on all platforms. Want to watch a variety of streamers? Doesn't matter what they're doing? Well, then I recommend Twitch Turbo. If you only like to watch one or two, then Twitch subs are a whole lot better for that purpose. Let's say you like watching, I don't know, Distortion or Bushy. Let's say you like watching either of those two chaps. And you only ever watch those two. Twitch is kind of like a cable service, okay? That's more or less what it is. We have to treat it like the cable service that Twitch, Amazon, that Twitch, wow. Bungled advertising, I know. That Amazon wants to treat it as. And that means, in this environment, if you're a streamer, you adapt or you die. And that means ads are the new normal. These streamers are like TV stations. That's essentially what they're selling is a glorified TV station with live content. It's the worst of both worlds, really. Hone Bolt is not working out like I'd expect it to, but it's not bad enough to make me want to swap it out yet. More bats. But that's more or less what I have to say about it. If you want to get rid of ads, either use Twitch Turbo or, put a sub in for your favorite streamer. It's $4.99 US dollars per month. Twitch Prime sub doesn't cut it. It's gotta be a legitimate tier 1. And you'll get rid of the ads. Because the thing about Prime subs is that they're not renewable. And because they're not renewable and they're free, you get a free Twitch Prime sub with your Amazon account, as long as you have one. You can still use your Twitch Prime sub to get access to other Tier 1 benefits, It just doesn't cut out ads. That's all. After you, if you're gonna just get, if all you care about is cutting out the ads and you don't care about anything else, you don't care about the community, you don't care about the emotes, you don't care about the other benefits, you just want no ads, and you have the money to pay for it, then I really do truly recommend Twitch Turbo. I've considered getting it myself, just so I don't have to deal with ads. It's just, your streamers lose out on money, and that is worth a consideration. That's all. And that's all I'm going to say about it. Now, the ravine, the ruin-strewn precipice, has a lot of these ledges on it. A lot of these scaffolds, these wooden platforms, held together by nothing more than exploited work and raw dreams. And, of course, the cliff itself. There are a lot of places to get caught up and in tight turns, enemies around every corner. Ambushes really amp up in here. We'll see this as a running theme in Altus too, is that Altus has a dozen different places that enemies can use as ambush points. It may not seem likely, because there's also a lot of broad open space, but one of the things that you really start to see as a running trend in Elden Ring is, even though there's open space, there's still forest cover that can be used. There are mountains, there are swamps, there are lakes that one can use as sort of a backdrop for engaging on a stealthy play. And you learn real quick that an enemy can come from anywhere, no matter how bright and cheery the place looks. But these cliffside mines are really, they really highlight that. There really is no place you can go without expecting an enemy to drop down from above. The verticality of it also adds to the number of places you have to look to avoid being ambushed. It really does. Oh, bats. There are bats right here. And I love that the javelin is a one-shot kill. And I like that the explosion is also practically a one-shot kill as well. Singing Bat is just underneath where that platform is. Oh, and note that the bats... It's not that bats don't become aggressive, but if you see or hear a singing bat, you will hear them before you see them, usually. You can find them everywhere. You can find them everywhere around that singing bat. They're a bat magnet. I'm sure there's a bit of lore that explains more about these bats. That's nice. Oh, there's a bat right there. Yeah, you always gotta look out on the ceilings. Really, I try to tell people that you should focus on what I'm doing wrong a lot more than what I'm doing right. Because what I'm doing wrong just has a bigger impact on you than... People learn from the negative a lot more than they learn from the positive. They latch onto it. When people make mistakes, it's something that really sticks out in another person's mind. And anything else is almost secondary. So if there's anything you take away from my streams, you know, when I make a mistake, really hone on to it. And say, this is what I'm doing wrong. And then no one is obligated to fix another's mistakes ever in life. Just take it as silent note of things you don't want to do yourself. You know, if you do want to be helpful and point out when I'm making a mistake, feel free. But I don't expect that of another person. Mainly because sometimes I don't do it myself. I try to, but no human is perfect. And because no human is perfect, I really don't expect other people to be polite or helpful, because that's not the human condition. That's half the human condition. The other half of the human condition is garbage truck. The other half of the human condition is I come home from work after having a long and stressful evening full of customers or doing heavy factory work. I don't want to be nice. I don't want to be social. I just want to veg out. I don't want to talk to anyone. I just want to stay silent and think to myself for a while until I'm forced to use my brain again. Even people who like their jobs still need time to do that. They still need veg time, where they don't have to think. They can shut their brains off. They can be the animals they were meant to be. You know, and that's kind of the thing I try to point out to human psychologists as well from time to time, especially those that are still studying the field. Not that I'm a psychologist myself, but psychology and philosophy go hand in hand in some aspects. And no matter how nice the world is, a lot of the last 300, 400 years is built on what we call the Enlightenment, a period of history where, coming out of the Dark Ages, and granted, not everyone had a Dark Age, but Europe most certainly did, and if there's any part of the world, if there are 3 parts of the world that are sort of central to how the world operates, it's Europe, Asia, and Africa. Those are the 3 continents that have the most pull and sway on how things are shaped. Everything else deviates or originated from one of those 3 places at some point. At some point, no matter how distinct the culture is. We can all point to our ancestry and say we're European, Asian, or African. One of those 3 things. Even Native American skeletons have hints and origins of it was just, I should be very careful with this. Like any archaeologist or anyone who attempts to explain the origins of Native Americans would likely say at some point there was crossover from Asia to the Americas. Probably along the... Is it the Bering Strait? It's the it's the massive water that connects Alaska to Asia. I believe specifically Russia. There's probably a crossover point in which people from Asia migrated to the Americas, and they later became the Native Americans that we know today. I was going somewhere with that. Now I sound like a racist who doesn't know anything. No, and also... Oh, God. Yeah, I was definitely going somewhere, and this bat took it right out of me. That's the problem with live streams. Sometimes you're just not that good at dealing with surprises, and I'm already a person who doesn't deal well with surprises. See the land octopuses that are here? Yeah. We're gonna find a few more of those. But not before ramming a few bats along the side of the cliff. Let me see if I can't try to recollect what I said regarding that. Because I was going somewhere with ancestral origins. Oh, I also just realized that I missed an item, and we need to go back for that. Let me see if I can't think of it. I apologize for the silence in advance, but I'm trying to think. I forgot the point I was going to make, so I'll say this instead. Ultimately, all cultures have some inherent value into them. Like, somewhere along the way, there's something useful you can pick up, whether it is what to do or what not to do, when we're studying current cultures or past ones. It also doesn't matter what skin tone those cultures had either. Culture is culture. None of it. There's not a lick of difference in the world if all the skin tones were suddenly swapped around. And I suppose that's sort of the big difference. Like, people say there's a lack of white culture, to which I would say I would agree with you. Yeah, you have regional culture, and that's probably the first retort that a white person would make, is that, sure, there's white culture. You have Italians, you have, South Africans, you have Finland, or you have, people here in the US, and I would say, well, are those really a result of skin color? Or are they a result of regional culture and history? To which I would probably have to go and do some research, but ultimately point out that a lot of marginalized people form their own sort of lattice network of culture. It comes from being oppressed. It's unique. It's hard to describe. It has traits, and they do differ between oppressed populations, but, for example, Native American culture and black culture, as we know it here in the US, are two very different beasts, but they both have the mark of oppression on them. They both come together. They both have that. There is nothing like that for white people, and that's not a call to say, oh, well, white people need to be oppressed. White people need this sense of unified culture. No. I would argue it should actually be the other way around. Because it for us, for me, I can only speak for me. When it comes to skin color, I think of it as this neutral thing. I could sit here and say, you know, I'm I'm proud that I'm born the way I am, but I'm not. It wouldn't matter if I were white or black. Not really. Now, as a black person, you this overarching black people being oppressed in countries where they're not the dominant majority. And I suppose that to that I'd say you're right. I wouldn't know what that effect is like. I've never experienced it. But why should everyone else have to experience that? Why can't there just be regional or universal culture? Of course, that brings me to the point I usually make at the end of that discussion, which is I think regional culture or cultures based on skin tone mean well, but they miss the whole we're human. They miss the universal appeal. That's what I think in terms of culture. I really do think as a species we don't benefit from having all these differences. Not as much as people might think. The difference in perspective is what matters. The difference in region or skin tone or whatever can be pared down to simple genetics or history or or other stuff. That stuff can be conquered, can be overcome. And I'm not saying, using this to say, well, white people have the right of it. I don't. What I am saying is that every culture is a byproduct of the things that are put into it. If that culture is oppressed, it will generate its own universal culture. Had the shoe been on the other foot, you might very well hear me saying, you know, white people do this, this, and this is why I'm thankful I'm a white person, blah, 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 blah. There was a video done about this. I forget the exact spot I found it. It was on Twitter. But I'll find it and see if there are other videos like it. Because those videos are based off of studies. Control studies, where you take a group of people of various skin colors or ethnicities, stick them in a room and ask them if they're proud to be that skin tone, they're proud to be X or Y, and the results were pretty striking. I will refrain from further comment on that particular video, but I will say it would be nice if videos like that weren't necessary, if studies like that weren't necessary, and all humans had to grapple with was universal, regional culture. Again, those things can be overcome as long as you don't have enemies in the mix. You don't have enmity in the mix. And I suppose that's part of the problem, isn't it? You know, these regional cultures have some enmity to them. There's a very good reason why the Japanese and Chinese don't like each other. There's a very good reason why Russians, and sometimes I'd go so far as to say American people, don't like each other. Etc., etc. I can point to quite a few pairs, if I were given more time to research and this wasn't on air, of country pairs that don't like each other. They tolerate each other according to international laws, but if they were to get into a dispute and that dispute caused war, I doubt either of them would be, what's the word I'm looking for? I doubt either would be surprised, one, and I think both of them would use the opportunity to eliminate the other. Because there is enmity there. This unslackable, irrefutable enmity that governments around the world would have you get latched on and attached to. But you guys didn't come to hear about Coin talking about philosophical things. You came to hear about Elden Ring Reforged. And to some, I've probably colored your perception. And I suppose that brings up an interesting point is, do you guys find that statement coloring about me? That I have issues with culture at large? Is that a turnoff for you? I think that's an honest question that people should ask themselves about content creators and celebrities all the time. And I think that's celebrities should be more willing to share their own thoughts regarding the matter in a tasteful way, or in a setting that encourages discussion and not just some random tweet. Like here, live, I could at least have a discussion about it. You know, granted I have to make sure the discussion doesn't draw that much tension, but I can at least have one. I don't have that much writing online, and I'm not saying that's an excuse for scummy opinions or anything. Everyone has some of those. But, you know, people can be persuaded. People can be shown that their thoughts maybe aren't the right ones to have. Or maybe perhaps that their thoughts are more harmful than they're perceiving at first. People can be persuaded, I guess is my point. And I think those sorts of discussions are very important. I'm a philosopher by heart. I like studying that stuff. I like thinking about my thinking about where my thinking is going. I like asking the tough questions. And sometimes that means you have to let your guards down. You have to say things that maybe people might find uncomfortable. And that doesn't mean, oh, like screaming from the rooftops, I want to murder you. Or, I think so-and-so is an idiot. No, there are better ways to go about that. There are constructive ways to go about that. But those discussions are important. Human society wouldn't exist without that. Without the interaction between humans that is required, that exchange of ideas, basically. But people also have to be willing to admit when they're wrong. I will respond to that in a hot second. Oh, and hey there, Death Scholar. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. Opinions are always changing and can be fun to dispute. Not all opinions are bad. And most can be discussed and fixed to be in a somewhat generalized form. Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment most of the time. It's important to discuss those things. For without that, surely the discussion would lead to death. Like, the death of society as we know it. It's just you have to be careful. You don't want to... What can I say? Philosophy and human interactions are very sophisticated, complicated things. You don't want to enable hatred either. You have to abide by social contracts. And part of the social contract is having some basic respect for your neighbor. I think, and a trait I think which is lost in the ever persistent quest to be the right person. The person who is proven right in arguments. People forget what spiritual or philosophical growth is. I was going to take that somewhere. I will use this time, while I'm thinking about where I'm taking my thought next, to say, here at Coinstamp, I do my best not to shy away from discussions. I do have to follow Twitch terms of service, so, for example, if someone says the N-word in here, I have to ban them. I have to do that. That's part of my contractual obligation. It's something of the social contract. If someone says, I'm going to threaten to kill you, I have to report them, and then ban them. I have to abide by legal rules. But apart from that, and some other things that I generally ban because I don't want to deal with scummy human beings, I try to discuss as much as I can. Abortion? Sure, I'll talk about it. Whether religion is good in society or not? Sure, I don't mind talking about that stuff. I think that leads to... I think those discussions can lead to personal and spiritual growth in a person, or at the very least, understanding between human beings. People forget to do that in today's society, or maybe not necessarily today's society. I should say it's probably happening a different way, because the digital medium has changed the way a lot of things are done. It's just that in the process of discussing it on a digital medium, you lose people's expressions. Like, yeah, I'm doing them on camera, but, you know, generally if you're just typing it out to a person, you're not going to get that. You're going to lose that. And without that difference between yelling at someone, let's say, and just telling them what a fact is, Um, the difference between those two things can very well mean the difference between making friends or making enemies. Favorite Elden Ring enemy or boss that you prefer get more screen time? Oh, that's a good question. I can think of some that should use less screen time. As far as more screen time goes, I'm trying to comb over my whole memory. I haven't beaten the game. I've played through about half of it. If we could refrain from maybe having triples of this enemy as a boss, I would love to see more screen time for the Crystallians. They're some of my personal favorite enemies. I like them. They're unique. Some of their attacks, especially the chakram or ring using one, are really cool. And it's something I wish that FromSoft played with a little more. Some things that I wish got less screen time definitely include imp statues, because imp statues are a copy-paste of the thralls, or commoners from Dark Souls 3, and they were an extremely annoying enemy, at least for me. And dogs. Although dogs don't get that much screen time in Elden Ring, they're meh. You see them in human camps and not that much more than that. Screen time now has generally been taken up by... I'm trying to think. There are quite a few enemies that are reskinned, but the ones that are unique... One enemy I wish just wasn't in the game at all was definitely the Royal Revenants. My god, those things suck. Just fanning out attacks every which way. They do not respect the player reaction or response time at all. Royal Revenants are are the worst. They're the first worst enemy, and I would delete them in 5 seconds. Even though I'm sure there's probably an amazing lore story or something personally compelling about the Royal Revenants, it's overshadowed by the, oh. Where is that attack coming from? Oh, they're hurling, Cuckoo Glintstone. Oh, and I guess these ones apparently cast spells as well. Remnants aren't even an enemy. Just use healing remnants? I'm quite sure my stuffy nose is mucking it up. Hard to concentrate with singing bat on screen. The Revenants, the four-armed thing. Yeah, trying to concentrate and deal with singing bats is a problem for me. Let me type what I mean. And just to make sure I'm referring to the right thing. Maybe it's possible I'm definitely misspelling it or missaying it. There's a specific enemy that I'm talking about. Ah, yes, it's these things. There we go. Elden Ring Reforged or not, those things are awful. I guess as someone who is a caster by trade, they are kind of a difficult enemy. ERR has made them more bearable. Mainly in the sense that deflection helps take off some of the sting on some of their attacks. They're weak to healing spells. Okay, so I wasn't misspeaking. I said it right the first time. Really? Well, obviously there aren't revenants in this place, so I can't try that, but, I will have to bear that in mind. I did not know that. That's something that's been in the, that's just always been in the base game, right? And I don't know when people found that out. That is an interesting fact. I suppose games could use more enemies like that. I remember in Final Fantasy X, you've defeated some bosses by healing through their attacks. So I'm aware of the trait, but it's still not something I see super often. I'm only really ever prepared for it in Final Fantasy, where I know the trope. Didn't know either? Friend told you about it? Ah. I will have to try that. I'm curious. I want to know. I know there's a Royal Revenant just kind of sitting about in the Laskir Ruins. So maybe once we're done with the Ruined Precipice, we can make a quick pit stop by there and give that a try. Because you've definitely piqued my curiosity on that. And not that I don't think it isn't true or anything, but Elden Ring Reforged changes quite a few things about enemies, and I'm not sure if that was something that was kept over. I don't think Kernifer would have changed that. For those who want to know more about Elden Ring Reforged, now might be a good time to talk about this. I'm playing a modified version of the game. If you type in !ERR, all lowercase, the bot just put something out about this. You will be given a link to the mod page, and there will be where the mod is contained. If you want to know about the changes that the mod makes, rather than the mod itself, you should be able to type !ERRW. I'll type the next one as well. Yeah, if the Reforged mod has a changelog, that's a Google website. If you click on that, and you search for normal or unique enemies, or you know the exact one you're looking for, the changelog will take you right to it, and will mention if there's a change. And if you don't see a change, that means Elden Ring Reforged doesn't modify it. I will say that isn't 100% the case. Sometimes there are changes that aren't tracked on Elden Ring Reforged, but most of the time, Kernifer is pretty good about updating it. Whenever Kernifer is not busy. And that, I believe that has been recent these days. But as far as that particular trait about the Royal Revenant, I feel like if that were changed, that would have been done early on. Shrug. I won't claim to know the minds of mod authors. Speaking of which, that's something else that I sort of pride my channel on, is modded content. I tend to do a lot of modded stuff here on Twitch, with the exception of a few things that aren't readily made for modding. On Thursdays, I play Blasphemous, and that is not a game that has taken off in terms of modding. The game is finished now, so it's not like the modding community couldn't pick up behind it, but for whatever reason, don't see any weakness changes, so it should be the same. Gotcha. Then it really will be worth testing out. Thank you for that. I would never have known that if you had never bothered to come here. This is a Let's Play project, so I do try to pride myself on knowing as much as I can about the game. This is a 100% playthrough, so I want to show off all the dialogue, all the spells. I will eventually show off all the weapons as well, although our stat lineup isn't well suited for this. If people ever want to know about any of the, what were you gonna say, Coin? If people want to know more about my player build or what the goals are, you can type in !ERRG or !player build all lowercase, all one word, and it'll tell you what the goals are. But since I'm already talking about them, I'll state them now. I've been stating the goals. Player build. Triple casting stats. Faith, Intelligence, Arcane. All 3 of them. As high as I can make them. And then other stats as I see fit. Mainly making sure I focus on vigor, mind, and endurance. One thing in Elden Ring Reforged that is changed, and that's the reason why in caster builds this would typically be emphasized, but it is not here, is dexterity. A lot of casters, especially if they're playing Elden Ring for the first time, and they happen to come over from a previous Soulsborne title, would be aware that dexterity increases casting speed. It still does this in Elden Ring Reforged, but it doesn't do it as much. It's a way smaller proportion of the casting speed. At most, it's 15 to 25 points. Casting speed as a whole has been changed as well. Baseline, you get 50, and you get another, I want to say you get either 50 or 100 from wielding a catalyst. Some catalysts have different casting speeds on them. Some, I believe, like... Oh... Actually, I should probably look this up. It gets very specific. But, casting speed is more or less regulated by gear. I know the Radagon's icon increases casting speed by 100 instead of by its usual amount. And typically using a talisman, not a talisman, but typically just having a catalyst will bump it up by 50 or 100. I think it's 50. Another catalyst bump it up further. And that's 200 right there. And the remaining 50 comes from other sources. Don't need to kill that again. We could just reclaim our stuff. But yeah, casting speed is way different, and because it's not tied to dexterity, I don't need to worry about grabbing it. We do use bows sometimes, so I've put some points in it, but as a whole, I'll generally be having dexterity at a much lower value than any of our casting stats. The player build pretty succinctly lines up. The player build command does succinctly tell you this. I just went through and explained the rationale for it. That's all. But here's an engagement question. What do people typically like to play in Elden Ring? I'm a casting junkie, pretty through and through. And in Elden Ring, before, like Elden Ring Reforged, I would be one of your quintessential mist build players, or status build players. I would have my intelligence and faith up to a high enough number to cast all the spells, then pick the ones that inflict status, and, go to town. Poison, Scarlet Rot, didn't matter. I'd cast it all. Incantation Strength. So, Golden Order stuff, or something else? I know some Golden Order incantations lend themselves well to that playstyle. There's even a Fortune, an item exclusive to Elden Ring that boosts that sort of playstyle. The Fortune of the Paladin is what I'm thinking of. It specifically does 4 things. Strength, Faith, and Elemental Defense, Equip, Load, and Poise. Increases incantation damage of specific types. Golden Order is Int Faith. Gotcha. So, it would be some of the other stuff then. Or, incantation and strength. Oh, so that would be the bestial stuff. That's what I'm thinking of. The bestial incantations have a sacred seal that scales off of strength. The, claw mark seal. That's what I'm thinking of. Oh, I want to be careful. And also, I'm low on resources. Fantastic. Do I have anything that'll boost that? I guess not. Huh. What's Amanda do? I guess I'll finish previewing this and then think of a plan for that. Fortune of the Paladin also rewards the use of shields, lightning, and bestial. Okay. I knew I was missing one. In the back of my mind, I was like, there's another one that doesn't really care about what stat you use. And it's the Dragon Cult stuff. Or any lightning one in particular. Yeah. That's an interesting playstyle. And I think at some point I probably will demo the Paladin Fortune. Now isn't the time. I don't have the, while I'm wearing a shield and I can demo it, I don't have the right stats to line up for it. Also, the Paladin playstyle rewards you for remaining at half health or lower, and incantations generally like to keep your health full. So that's kind of a, mismatch in the way that incantations generally play. But I will show it off, as I do want to show off everything. I think what I want to do... So I'm going to grab a rapier. I'm going to cast Assassin's Approach. Hopefully it can get by unnoticed. And I think I'll try to have Darkness ready. Okay. And figure out what I'm doing from there. Is there another way to get around this platform? No, but I'm glad I checked, because there is an item back here. And I'm glad I checked it, because it's a Lost Ash of War. For those who don't know what that is, a Lost Ash of War is an Ash duplication item. So let's say you like the Quick Step Ash of War, and you want to replicate it. I don't know why you would, but if you did, you could go talk to Hugh or EG and get them. I think I think it actually has to be Hugh specifically that does this, but Hugh will let you make a duplicate of Quick Step if you so desired. That is a one-way process, so make sure that the Ash of War you really want to duplicate is the one you're spending a Lost Ash of War on. I don't recommend Quick Step. Maybe something like Carrying Retaliation or Golden Vow would be better choices. But that's just my 2 cents. Don't let me order you around on how to play. All playstyles are valid. Okay. If I can lure out the one specifically, we might be able to deal with them normally. Okay, I think I got it. I think. I don't even care that I'm poisoned. They do have poise, so that is something you should be aware of. Oh god, I hate these. Yeah. I'll have to make sure I keep some resources for them. They're awful. They're absolutely awful. And for those who are curious about why I carry so few cerulean, flasks, as I'm sure that's something that'll come up immediately. The reason for this is that in Elden Ring Reforged, you have 6 spells that are referred to as generator spells. Generator spells don't do very much damage. Some people are probably used to seeing, oh, what's the spell? Bestial Sling do a lot more damage than it's currently doing. Or maybe somewhere in the ballpark of 200. In exchange for doing less damage, they restore FP on hit. Or, yeah, on hit specifically. The other 5 spells that do this are Hone Bolt, Glintstone Pebble, Carrion Slicer, Ambush Shard, and Catch Flame. All 6 of those are generators. 3 for sorceries, 3 for incantations. Where they don't do a whole bunch of damage, but they do keep your resources light. I get the feeling, though, that we're just going to need an extra one. And we don't even have enough golden seeds. Yeah, I just get the feeling we need to allocate an extra flask to get through this area. Speaking of which, Elden Ring or not, do people tend to carry more cerulean flasks or more crimson flask? I think I hovered over the wrong one each time. I know in Elden Ring, before I started playing this mod, I would always keep mine even. So I believe it's 6 and 6 or 7 and 7, something like that. I think the cap is 12, but I could be wrong about that. Or, you know, it would be 7 and 6 or 6 and 5. It'd be really close to even. With Elden Ring Reforged, and you know the fact that FP flows a lot more readily. There's also just passive FP regen on top of that. I believe it's something like 1 plus a certain fraction of your mind. No, a certain fraction of your FP per second increased by mind. So at like 20 mind, you're getting like 4 FP a second, basically. Which goes a long way toward helping out. It goes a long way toward not needing so many cerulean, flask of cerulean tears. Because without that, like the cost of Javelin of Gold, a custom spell, is like 360, I think. I can see it. Where is it? It's here. Yeah, 360 for 2 slots. That's a lot. Even with everything... And here's the funny thing. You'd be like, oh, well, why do you have 1500 FP? Well, 1500 FP is what the FP bar would look like if that number were multiplied by 10. That's the main difference. In ERR, all the FP values are multiplied by 10 so that all the FP costs and regenerative effects make more sense. Because without that, it definitely wouldn't make any sense at all. 15 total flasks? Okay, yeah, so then I would have had 7 and 8, respectively, because I cast a lot more spells on average. And typically, I am almost always casting a spell of some kind. Even when I had melee builds ready in Elden Ring, just with no mods, just base Elden Ring, I would still use weapon skills and such, especially with bows, like Rain of Arrows or something like that. I'd end up chucking at least a couple. I'd usually carry around 3 to 4 for any other kind of build. And I'm saying a lot. I'm trying not to do that. I wonder if people would prefer an or a silence when it comes to a pause in thinking. Silence seems more natural, but if it's happening all the time, I'm not so sure. I think people would take issue overall. Something else I can show off, and this is something that is not new to Elden Ring Reforged. Like, item crafting as a whole is still pretty much the same. The only things we can do now that are new are create rune arcs, so we don't have to buy rune arcs. We can make them. We do need to spend 1,000 runes on top of the crafting materials to make it. Keeps it from being spammable, and you can't just make them after you die. You do have to actually do a little bit of killing. But this is a really, really nice really nice item to have, to be able to make. The other thing we can do that's new to Elden Ring Reforged, apart from like certain arrows and stuff, is make these golden runes, the hard runes. Now that I've actually ground up some significant materials, I could go ahead and make them. And I'll probably do that once we've actually gained our runes back for like the 5th time. I'll turn them into hard runes. That way, what hard runes essentially do, and this is more of an Elden Ring thing than anything, you should hold on to your hard runes until you know you're going to level up. Because the hard runes sort of act like as banked runes. I made the arc and I didn't pop it. Good to know. I completely blanked on my train of thought. Sorry, I'm trying to think of where it was leaving off. Right, hard runes. They're good to have, and the ability to make them anytime you want, at the cost of what is essentially 25% of all your on-hand runes and the resources is a good rate. So you can't just like, it's not a strict 1-to-1 ratio. It's a 0.75 or 3/4 to 1 ratio. That way the runes have some inherent value. And the ones that you find on the field still have their full inherent value. I like the trade-off. And they're unlocked by very specific milestones. I believe you can already make the rune arcs and the 2,000 golden runes whenever you kill Margit or defeat Margit for the first time. You get those then. I could be misremembering the exact points, but I definitely... Oh, no. I take it back. I'm glad I remembered. 2000s. The runes that pop for 2000. You get those. When you get the recipe for that when you defeat Margit. When you defeat Godric and you reclaim your first rune is when you get the recipe for the rune arcs. And then later on, I believe when you defeat Morgott, the Shard Bearer of Lanedell, you'll get the recipe for 10,000. And I believe the going rate for that is the same. Elden Ring Reforged is full of little conveniences like that. Even if people don't want to play for the things that it does overhaul or change, Elden Ring Reforged has a lot of creature comforts in it. I highly recommend giving it a try. You know, even if it's not permanent or anything like that. And I like to give this mod as much screen time as I can. Kurnifer's a good mod author. They're very responsive, they're very attentive, they're always taking community concerns into account, which is not something you have to do when you're making mods, either. Kurnifer is free to say at any time, this is my vision, if you don't like it, feel free to make a mod all of your own. And I really respect that Kurnifer tries so hard to keep the community concerns into account. And that they're even receptive at all to making changes. There's hardly any other mod like it in the world. Oh, I should say in the world, but at least for Elden Ring, I can't think of other mods that have this much community input into them, while still having some of the feel of the creator's original vision in that regard. I will say, I apologize to any console users, because Elden Ring Reforged is not a console mod. The amount of data required to fit that into your, to fit an Elden Ring mod, unless it's something like textures, into your beloved Xbox or PlayStation will likely go against the grain of what Xbox and PlayStation allow for mods. I think for Microsoft, it's something like 2 gigabytes of data, or it might depend on the game. Some of my friends have an Xbox, or like an Xbox One, and like their Fallout 4 was typically limited to like 2 gigabytes. So it's like one really good mod, or several graphical mods. One of those. But, you know, if you could find a way to get this on console somehow, or if Kernifer ever decided to make a console port, should that ever become an available thing to do, I'd be really interested to see how it works out. Because I would love it if console players got access to this. Because that would be, A, less confusion for me, B, everyone in here can all comment about the same things, and, you know, having things that are just universally accessible is always good in game design, or if you're making mods. The more games that could have this, the better off everyone would be. I'm a huge mod enthusiast, if people couldn't tell. if people really needed that much obvious clarification. Speaking of which, here's another good engagement question, or just a question in general. It's a good time to pop a flask. Anyone ever play, or outside of me, I've played lots of modded stuff. Anyone else here play modded material? Some common game examples for mods are Skyrim, Oblivion, Fallout, either New Vegas or 4 are both readily available to mod. Is it Deadfire? Hang on. No, it's Pillars of Eternity. That's what I'm thinking of. Or Pathfinder, the Kingmaker, or some of the other ones are also readily available for modding. There are quite a few games that have mods on them. Even something like Inscription has mods. And those mods usually perform a heavy facelift on the game in some way. Modded Skyrim is fun. Modded Skyrim is very fun. I just wish I could get the collection of mods that I was installing for it the other day to work. Most people that I know of that mod Skyrim for their own personal use uses a tool called Wabbajack to do it. Wabbajack has its own Discord server. Many people who are on Nexus Mods might know the initial founder or developer's name. He goes by Helgari, I think that's his name. He's now part of the team of people at Black Tree Gaming responsible for the Vortex mod manager. He's helping them with that now. But he also still retains Wabbajack. And it's basically a way of assembling a whole bunch of mods at once for Skyrim. And I've been having issues with that as of late. But when I did get it to work, and this is just due to what we call the mod apocalypse, which is what happens whenever a dev seriously updates their game. Even patch updates can be a sort of a soft mod apocalypse. I'm doing it again, saying a whole bunch of times. I do wish they would stop with the Cuckoo Glitstone. I want to be very careful. Let's find some cover very fast. Ah, yes. Using the terrain to your advantage is also really fun. No need to menu or map this. Sorry, I'll finish what I was saying in just a second. Hoy. Yeah, these things aren't fun. I always have difficulty with them if they get the upper hand for any reason. Yeah, I wish I could figure out how to resolve the mod apocalypse that's been going on, that's been making my Skyrim modding life complicated. Hundreds of mods. Like, the stuff I'm working with or trying to get to work, because I do eventually want to bring a modded Skyrim project over. I'm not sure if it's going to be on Twitch yet, because for those who don't know, this is a great time to say into this, I will be on every Friday. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to it this Friday, or if I'm going to have to wait, but I do want to start streaming on YouTube just a little, just to kind of dip my toe in it and see what the buzz is all about. And I know that YouTube has a much better live VOD retention format than Twitch does. Twitch will store VODs for up to every 16 days. That's when the VOD cache starts kind of rotating out. The more you stream, the more VODs it keeps. Partners, which I'm not, will let you keep if you're partnered on Twitch, you get 64 days, I believe, or it might be 60 days to process VODs, and then they disappear. Where a lot of what I want to do is somewhat of a cross between a Let's Play and a live series. And that's kind of complicated. That means I have to take all my stuff and put it up on YouTube somewhere. So I'm curious to see if YouTube's formats will be a lot better for what I'm trying to do, compared to Twitch. That being said, because my audience is on Twitch, I still want to stream on Twitch. I'm testing stuff out. As a streamer, as a content creator, I want to always be trying to improve in some small way when you guys see me, whether that is figuring out my audio problems, or my data issues. Like, we experience dropped frames relatively often here at CoinStamp, and it's usually not more than once an hour, usually. And it's maybe 500 frames tops. But still, those are 500 frames of issues, problems. And sometimes the stream disconnects. And part of that is the virtual mixing board I use, which apparently takes data for whatever reason. I still haven't gotten to the bottom of it. So I've resolved to buying a mixing board in order to try to alleviate that. And that's one way I would consider making improvements to stream. The other might be the way I deliver my content, where I deliver it, how I deliver it, what does Twitch get versus what YouTube might get if I get traction on it, etc., etc. Plus, these days, content creators have to do a bit of everything. You need short-form, long-form vids, you need VODs, you need everything. If you're going to make content creation for anything more than just a hobby, you have to do it all. But that's probably enough about overhead or behind the curtain stuff. So, Magma Worm Makar. And for those who don't know what I'm doing, I typically give previews on a boss before I go behind the fog wall, and then I can't talk because I'll lose focus. Magma Worm Makar has 2 phases, and the way that named magma worms denote which phase they are in is whether they are on their fours or if they're standing, as magma worms come equipped with a large greatsword. When they are on their fours, they will tend to either charge around funny, and they can do it for 2 or 3 times in a row, or they'll breathe magma everywhere, and they don't usually do anything other than that. I think there may be one sword attack they do on all fours. When magma worms are standing, they will either breathe fire, or in this case they'll breathe magma. I shouldn't say fire, it's magma. Or, they will swing their sword for a bunch of sweeping or overhead strikes. Magma worms are large creatures and hit like Mack trucks. They're not very fun to fight up close, and the magma is absolutely brutal. The magma itself, once they breathe it out, lasts for somewhere between 3 and 5 seconds, dealing both poise and split fire physical damage while you stand in it, and it's not fun. A shield does mitigate that, but you don't want to be shielding when you're fighting this boss. So our game plan is to not only summon these 2 NPCs, but to summon our spirits, make sure they have Blessing's Boon, quickly drop the aggro with Darkness, and then proceed to poison and go to town. Magma worms are resistant to all elemental forms of damage. They are 50% resistant to fire. They're actually more than that in regular Elden Ring, but in Elden Ring Reforged, all the status immunities and stuff are modified. I will go ahead and demonstrate the command now. It is !ERRB. That is the boss spreadsheet. I use this to preview defenses, poise, elemental resistances, and ailment or status resists before a fight. Magma worms are resistant to pretty much almost everything except piercing damage, funnily enough, and sleep. Speaking of sleep, do we have the sleep pot? I do not believe we do. We don't have soporifics either. We get those later. So, in this case, we just hope for the best, because that is the one status that Magma Worm Makar is vulnerable to and has more weakness against is sleep, but we don't have access to that in an easy form. I think you can purchase sleep pots at this time, but the actual Fevor's cookbook responsible for this is somewhere else. Finally, before I go into the boss fight, it should be known that we have not gone to Caelid yet. Not really. We have, as we've talked to Garek already, but we haven't actually explored Caelid. Not really. And don't be misled by the section of the map that's revealed. That's revealed when you get this map fragment around here. There's a third NPC. Her name is Millicent. She would, if you complete her quest up to a certain point, she should be here. But since we're going to Altus Plateau first, rather than Caelid, she's not here yet. So that's just something I want to clear up, as a lot of players would go to Caelid first before going to Altus Plateau first. Which means our 2 NPC summons are here and here. One of them is Blackguard Boggart, and he would be here if you've talked to him and purchased... actually, I'm not sure about that. I think he's available anytime. I definitely know that Great Horn Tragoth is available anytime, but Blackguard is either tied to his quest, or he's available here anytime. As for the summon of choice, actually considering that's a good question. I don't want to put Theralina in this fight. She would be paper. I think, actually, this might be a good opportunity to show off Latenna, as long as there isn't pillars in the way. Alright, I've done enough blathering at ya. You guys want to see this fight? So do I. I will see you guys on the other side of this. Just know, I don't talk during boss fights. If there's an alert or something, like a notification, like a follow or something, I usually acknowledge those after the boss. Just throwing that out there. See you guys on the other side. What can I say? Except that sucked. Yeah. Also, Latenna was not in a very good position for that fight. I'll just be perfectly honest about that. As Latenna kind of requires a clear open field. She's better on fights like Grail, where you sort of have clear view of the bridge and you know what you're working toward. Latenna is not too good in here. I just wanted to demonstrate that you could use her, and she would probably be okay if you position this right. I am determined to use summons, however. I will say, I know that summoning has no effect on quest lines. In fact, we were just talking about this yesterday. Not yesterday, but Sunday. That one of the nice things is that if you couldn't do it with summons, you don't have to. But I try to make a point of doing it when I can. Because it's called showing off the summon. So instead, what I will probably do is try to have a different summon out. I'm trying to think of what the best one would be. Probably the spirit jellyfish, if I'm being honest. Or else some other archer. Actually, yeah, some other archer might be even better. Thinking about the exact one I want to use. We have the Lazuli Sorcerer Ashes. Let's try this. I know the Spirit Jellyfish is very tempting, but it suffers from the same problems as Latenna in some instances. That did not last very long. Yeah, that's a great way to look inept. Nice job, Coin. Okay, I'm determined to get this. I normally take a break every hour, but I want to do it. I'm committed now. We'll take an intermission as soon as the fight is done. Or we normally take one every hour. Anyone else have bosses they struggle on? I know for our build, every boss can be somewhat of a struggle. But I generally don't struggle that much on, Makar. I usually struggle on bosses like the 3 Crystallians, which I hear are kind of a cakewalk now, or, the Godskin Noble. I usually struggle on those sorts of fights. So I'm curious to see where everyone else's difficulties lie. And I will acknowledge that during the boss. Okay, maybe Lutel might be better for this. Thank you for grabbing their attention, Lutel. Which one died? Oh, that was Lutel. Yeah, this thing eats through summons like butter. Thank you for the stagger, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Oh, and, right now he's in his standing phase, what I call phase 2. When he's on his 4s, that'll be phase 1. This boss doesn't exactly have what I would call a phase 2. It's more like he has alternating phases, which I think is really cool. It's a boss design that I wish would be used more often, where there's not like a set phase, it's more like it alternates, you know? It's sorely missed design space. Go ahead and drink this. Thank you, Blackguard, for your your service. Yeah, thank you for your surface area, I suppose. See, we're slowly starting to rack up poison. One nice thing about poison in Elden Ring Reforged is that it stacks on itself. The more you apply, the more damage it deals. And it lowers resistances while it's on the boss. Nice. Swept through the magma. Yeah, see, healing will get you in trouble in this fight. Also, Makar might also be the first instance. Well, not exactly the first instance. We've had multiples of this happening before, where our damage just isn't cutting it. Also, it doesn't really matter if darkness is used or not. This is a nice, cute thing we could do, but it doesn't actually help us win the fight. This is probably a case where we just need to use a different fortune. Speaking of fortunes in general, or like spell loadouts in general, we're moving to a new area. I've kind of been avoiding using sorceries while we're in Liurnia, because lots of stuff is generally resistant to sorcery. However, or resistant to most sorceries in general. However, the thing about Makar, and anytime you're running with actual real NPC summons, is that you can't just sit there and be passive. That's the problem with the Warlock Fortune. It doesn't necessarily encourage passive play. I just wasn't using it to its full potential, and I think it would be far better if that weren't happening. And I think magic damage is probably the best way we can get that gravy train running. We can get our plans working in the intended manner. Trying to think of the best one I want to use for this. Glintstone Pebble is probably one I want to run into. Freezing Mist is bad for the fight. Rancor Call, bad for the fight. Ambush Shard might be better if he's moving around a whole bunch. Carrion Slicer might be another one worth considering. Maybe Magic Downpour, because whenever he's standing, he's huge target. Magic Glint Blade could be interesting. That could be interesting. Oracle Bubbles could be something worth considering. In, Elden Ring Reforged, all the bubble spells, all the Claymon sorceries, lower attack power when you can have the bubble effect stack. Which would be interesting to see how that plays out in a environment where you use NPC summons. We likely won't. If we're doing this, we likely won't be able to maintain them for very long, but it is something worth considering. Or I should say, our spell loadout is something worth considering for those purposes. That's pretty much all I have. We've reviewed our about our player build. If we find something that's problematic, we don't rest on our laurels and say, oh well, this boss is just too hard. We change it up. We change up the playstyle. And granted, I'm not saying that excuses bosses being generally difficult. Just, I think it is something worth keeping in mind, is that Elden Ring expects you to use the tools in your toolbox. If you're arbitrarily restricting yourself to, oh, I'm only going to use this build, I'm only going to use these items, attack in this way, and don't do anything else, then that's not the type of player that the game is balanced around. Elden Ring is balanced around you having hybrid builds, using multiple resources. Also, we can get rid of our boluses. We don't need them here. And going to town that way. You know, save the arbitrary restrictions for challenge runs or speed runs where that's kind of a thing, or just meme runs in general. But, you know, just like I don't tell people how to play, I won't sit there and say, you know, you should just do you should just play how the game was designed. No, if you want to go against the grain, that's your decision. Feel free to play how you like. Just don't be surprised if you brush up against clearly intended design tensions or player build tensions as a result. Don't be surprised if your build isn't capable of 100%ing the game. We have yet to figure out if this one is, after all. I really am determined to do this before I take an intermission, though. So sorry. Back to your regularly scheduled suffering. Oh, and did I forget to mention how huge Makar's reach is? Oh, poor Lutel. And even though I know how Makar works, that doesn't mean I'm good, ladies and gentlemen. I do believe I should have rolled to get away from that attack and not try to move. I want to be careful about drinking. Oh, also we can arrange these flasks back to how they should be. Because I'm going to need all the health I can get. It may also be worth upping our arsenal, too. We have some 4s and 5s now. We also have some hard runes we can easily go convert into cash. So I think what I'll do is I will upgrade our gear, take a break, and then come back. And do this fight again. Also, it's worth talking to you again. We saw you out there earlier. What did you decide to do, Dialos?
Ah, you again, is it? The recusants sent a lackey. Can you believe they invited me to join them? Now, after what they did? I can scarcely believe it myself. Did they think me a fool? You might be surprised to learn I took them up on the offer. Then I only had to ask. The location of the recusant hideout. It's on Mount Gelmir, found off the old road that leads west from the town of Windmills. That's where they hide. The manor on the peak. Just you wait, wretched recusants. You'll rue the day you insulted my name by laying hands on Lanya. The tale of House Hoslo is told in blood, after all. It's on Mount Gelmir. That's where they hide. Just you wait, wretched recusants. The tale of
Okay, Dialos, you go on your impossible revenge plan. Speaking of which, I knew I was smart to check. So, dear Roger, you have passed on from this world, and what you leave in your wake is your bell bearing, your pointed hat, and your spellblade set. Additionally, you also get this letter. Let's read. Try to do as many things as I can before I take this break. Letter written in a trembling hand. I forgot to tell you, but it seems D has a younger brother. I hear he lies in a deep sleep in the aqueduct beside the eternal city of Nokron. and it said he stood before the Prince of Death not far beyond that spot. Alas. We were hoping to be partners in crime, but you could not keep your appearances up forever. Oh, poor Roger. Well, given that we have that letter, Fia, do you have something you'd like to tell us?
Please, would you like me?
Yes, I would love to get a hug from you before break. Don't worry, this ain't simping. And I'm not simping for Ronnie either, in case anyone was getting fun ideas about that.
Yes.
I had fun with labeling episode 26 as the simp hour. Simp time? But that's it. It's a gag. No, I guess not. Okay. You're just gonna sit there and give me hugs, which I won't ever, ever, ever say no to. I might use the blessing so that I don't have the health loss, but you're not gonna catch me saying no to Fia's hugs. That's the funny thing. People think, oh, well, her hugging you gives you the debuff. Why would you ever let her hug you? And I have to inform them it's the item. It's not her, it's the blessing. In exchange for health, you get something like 120 poise. It's a good item, if a tad bit obscure.
Greetings, are you here for spirit tuning?
Not yet. We need to upgrade our stuff first. Do we have any duplicates? Wanting to clear those out so we can make way for new stuff. I don't think we have any duplicates since last time. I didn't do any off-screen grinding. Okay, that's not true. Obviously, I did some. I wouldn't have gotten the spells otherwise. But I would not have, I should have sold these before, basically, is what I should be saying. I just often forget to do that. That's all. And I don't think, yep, nothing here. Nothing here either. Last thing I check is weapons. And I don't believe there were weapon drops off the giants I was killing either. Okay. First, let's get this upgrade out of the way. Nope, that is an Ash of War, not an upgrade. We don't have any 5s. Well, we do have 5s, we don't have somber 5s, is what it is. This is not exactly catching up to us yet. Tricky. Nah, I guess not really. I know the upgrade I want to make. What I want to do is see about infusing the shield. Because that's... I will vow the Indomitable. Does that actually help us? In any way? Granting momentary... No, not really. I forget. That's right. That's a little point. We should just say no skill. And make sure we bless this accordingly. We don't exactly, and that's sort of the other thing, is we don't really have any affinities that would be extra helpful to us. Each of the affinities does something extra. There are also a lot more affinities as well. So, right now we have access to the normal ones, plus whatever is on it. And I think that's about it. We may have the... Is it the glintstone wet blade? Don't remember. What I do remember is that some shields clear, or some stuff clearly has think free speak coin. Each Ash of War, each weapon skill has various affinities available to it. And I think... Yeah, see here we spot magical, whereas here we don't. And here we have blessed instead. There's no skill that has access to some but not all as well. In order to get access to those same sorts of affinities, but for any weapon skill, we need the associated wet blade. And I believe there's one found in Liurnia, one found in Caelid, one found in Limgrave, one found in one found on Mount Gelmir, and I believe one found in Lanedell. All 5 areas should have a wet blade. The late game I don't think has one associated with it. Huh. That boosts guard stamina. Maybe... we don't really have a useful one. That's the real problem. I suppose I'll just go with a slight boost in guard stamina and go from there. I only wish that upgrading shields actually got you something more than damage. What a shame. Now let's turn our attention to spirit tuning. I don't think we have anything that we can upgrade at this time. Nope, no glove work. So apart from that, upgrading here was actually not exactly the most useful, was it? Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Then I guess turning these hard runes into soft runes was not exactly... Or liquid runes wasn't exactly the most beneficial thing. Was it? I don't think you have anything. We can give the bell bearing over to the Twin Maiden Husks. Anytime you get an NPC's bell bearing, anything that could sell items, you can turn them over to the Twin Maiden Husks, and we'll have access to this anytime. We already bought everything out of it, however, so there's not really much point. Let's see. Yeah, nothing here. Nothing else here. What a waste. Absolute waste. Let's convert those back. And we'll take a break. Need time to stretch anyway. And then we'll try Makar again. Feel free to stretch your legs, grab a snack, do any number of things, really. I'll probably take somewhere in the tune of 7 to 8 minutes on this one, and I will be back after this commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that. I had to take care of one or two other things. I do apologize about that. But I am back. Everyone have a good intermission? I hope so. Are we ready to take some more cracks at Bakar? Let's see. I believe it's this one here. Specifically. Very specifically. Not much else to do except try again. And I never did try Magic Downpour either. Should be doing that more often. It may ultimately be the summons are doing too much. Doing too little for providing way too many boss benefits. But I will not rest until I have defeated this boss. Trust me, there's gonna be a lot more of this when I do a hitless challenge of the boss. Way more of this. That is a goal of mine. Is once I'm done with Elden Ring Reforged, and assuming that Convergence isn't finished yet, then or maybe even alongside Convergence, I'll be doing some hitless challenges in Elden Ring Reforged baseline. I'll pick a version of Elden Ring and sort of stick with it. But we'll see. We'll see. Right now, that's way off in the future. For now, let's just stick to a boss. I probably should not be... I don't know. Maybe Spirit Ashes are too much to ask of for this fight. Or maybe I should just be using the Jellyfish. Which doesn't actually get affected by... it's a +4, doesn't get affected by magma, and can spit out the occasional poison. Maybe I should just be doing that instead. We'll see. This should probably swap places. Alright, round number 7. That kinda does something. Not sure how to feel about that yet. I know one of my problems is definitely I'm just attacking at times that are problematic. I'm also not using a staff for its intended benefit. That's another problem. That I'm doing a lot wrong and doing very little that is correct. And I attacked when I should have rolled or blocked. Wait for him to be done. Oh, I forgot about that attack. I see. I was always going to have to fight this by myself. The car is very chunky. Okay, standing phase. Okay, phase 2. Oh, okay. Magma Worm's Scale Sword is, I believe... nope, that is a plain Jane Elden Ring item. I believe it is a colossal... It is a curved greatsword. Curved greatsword, wielded by magma worms. The shape resembles a dragon's jaw and is covered in hard scales. It is said these land-bound dragons were once heroes who partook in dragon communion, a grave transgression for which they were cursed to crawl the earth upon their bellies, shadows of their former selves. Unique skill, magma guillotine. Grab the scale sword with both hands as a worm would hold it in its mouth and leap forward, smashing it into the ground and triggering a blast of magma. Follow up with an additional input to perform a chopping attack. If we were doing a strength build, this would be a good one to use. Curved great swords are a fun playset. They're not quite as fun as a great hammers playset, but they're they're marginally faster than a great hammer. I think they're a load of fun. There's no reason to change it back currently. We're having a little bit of fun with this. We will change our spell loadout, though, as we're going to be seeing a lot more human encampments. Mainly, yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot more human encampments, and that means we need to be ready with area of effect spells, or else methods in which to control space effectively. Not much more to say other than that. I think that'll just about do it. We still don't really have a full complement. We're starting to realize that a lot of our initial spells, although the Glintstone Pebble and Glintstone Arc are the best the game has to offer in the beginning. No, don't drink this. In the mid-game, you do start to run into better spells that have those same sort of intended effects. Being fast, easy to cast, and control crowds really well. There's still nothing as wide as Glintstone Arc, I'll grant you that, but at this point in the game, we will start to deal with comets or other spells of that kind. And additionally, our incantations are a lot better at dealing with large groups. Still, we only just switched back to this playstyle, so I do want to give it some more time in the sun, so to speak. Don't worry, we will buy all the Oracle effigies. We will buy all of the fortunes. I will show everything off, but everything in its own due time. Promise. Here is Altus Plateau. First thing we want to do is go toward the map, which is like over here. But we got quite a bit of... We've got quite a ways to go before we get to the map. We're going to have to explore. Thankfully, we can kind of beeline it toward the map. We still need to get to it either way. So what we'll do now is just pop all of these. Should be a cool 26k. Pop this. Level up and see what's left over. Now that we're at Altus Plateau, we need to sort of shift back. We need to focus on our physical stats again.
Shall I turn? Let my hand share them with me.
We need more carrying, we need more equip low, we need more stamina, we need more vigor. We want to park these at about 25 each. Oh, I need to talk to you.
The Erd Tree is close. Only a little further till the foot of the Erd Tree. And the accord is fulfilled. It takes me back. I was born at the foot of the Erd Tree, where Mother gave me my purpose. Though now, everything is lost to me. I have to ascertain for myself the reason for which I live, burned and bodiless.
That last word, bodiless, might bother you. Why? She has a form right here. She's right here at the rest site, right? What she means by bodiless is the fact that outside of showing up at specific spots, she doesn't actually walk this plane. She can't do that without help, which is why she was on Torrent before. Now that she's off of Torrent, well, there's nothing tethering her to this plane. She's somewhere else. That's probably a good way of putting it. She's somewhere else. And that's why she only shows up at these rest sites and only at specific places. She can still travel to all the places we can, but only in her own world. To be in ours, we need to actually commune with her at the rest site. Welcome to Altus Plateau. Here we're going to see a very different appearance to things. Notice how not only the first time we get in there's a swamp, also, you see creatures roaming the landscape. It's not a bunch of weird haunted stuff. Yeah, it's like a bastion of life, more or less. We have these blood roses. We have Altus flowers? Altus blooms. And, of course, the presence of some very strange creatures. This, my fine friends, is an omen. An omen warrior. Oh, well, we've seen these before, but I suppose what I should say is that we're seeing them in their native land now. That's right. These are where we're going to see the most omens and most omen killers. Oh, let's not hesitate on that feed for too long. Ugh. Oh, and yeah, see, look. Normally we see these in catacombs. Yeah, we're seeing them just out in the open, right here. Yeah. This is what I meant when I said home. Need the omen to come this way. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And we also have to be very careful about building up frostbite on ourselves. When we get magma sorceries, we will be able to use our other... we will be able to use our actual cold sorceries a lot better. But in the meantime, we just have to mind. We have to mind our resources and watch our status build up. Oh, that was close. Oh, and also, in case it wasn't obvious, these omens come with a lot better moves. Like, so many better moves. This one had a jump dive ready for us, as an example. And not all of them reward us for killing them either. So we have a bunch of caravans here. Most of them are stacked on top of another. They don't really have treasures inside them. Unlike the caravans we've previously been accustomed to, they're like the actual carts themselves. We're sort of stuck. Also, something else we have to mind is right around here, we're gonna bump into an ancient dragon. I know, spoilers, but I need to say this now so it's not a surprise later. Don't worry, it's not the real fight, but it is... We do have to deal with it at least a little. You'll see what I mean. It'll be much easier if we just go this way. Also, if you guys were wondering about the recipes you've been finding with golden roa fruit that you haven't been able to find yet, Altus is the place where you get those. Do you think you can jump up here? If not, I'm just gonna sit here and pepper you with this. Thank you for your patronage. Now at every local bank you come across. Okay, enough accidental memeing. I believe it's right around here. Also make note that that is not a cave passage. That it appears to just be a cliffside. We should go check it out at least. There's nothing wrong with exploring on the way to go get our map fragment. Right? And besides, that item is purple. It's very important. Has to be, right? Could just be a rare drop in disguise. Yeah, Altus Plateau has these sort of golden, flora to collect. The golden sunflower, the golden roa, the Altus blooms, the fulgur blooms. Yeah, it's very yellow. And the land, Altus Plateau sort of gives off this autumn vibe. It has a bunch of pretty colors. Everything is either yellow, orange, gold, or green. It's very pretty. Altus Plateau is practical eye candy. It is fun to look at. Okay, get off the horse. Rare drop. Rare crafting material. A nascent butterfly. Not exactly worth our time, huh? That's alright. We could just keep going until we find something that is actually worthwhile, or we could find a cliffside that has absolutely nothing on it. Yeah, other than... Oh, also one thing to note is that we won't find as many Erd flowers while we're here. Earthly flowers. So we need to be very, very careful about converting, just willy-nilly converting, runes or making rune arcs. What we'll need to do, what I'll need to do, is every so often while we're here, anytime we go here and there aren't a whole bunch of earthly flowers lying around, is we go and grind them off camera. Speaking of ancient dragons, we don't even have time to get into it. We just have to fight him right away. Ancient dragon Landseeks. Landseeks? Might be Landseeks. Big giant dragons bristling with both lightning and fire. Brimming with power. If there's anything that they wanted to... Ah, we've already cleared the hurdle. Yeah, we don't actually fight Landseeks here. We have to go fight him somewhere else in Altus Plateau. But, Landseeks does do a very good job at inspiring fear. Inspiring fear out of people who would attempt to come this way. As if Landseeks wanted to make it known to you that I'm watching you, I know you're here. Don't attempt to get all cute and sneaky or we're gonna have problems. And then they leave, not wanting to, you know, actually get into a protracted fight with said Tarnished. That's the thing, just about everyone knows what you're doing, where you're going, what you intend to do. Reassembling the Elden Ring, like, reforging it, is just one of your many potentials. And it is something that gets you into trouble with a lot of the powers that be. The demigods that take interest, that want to preserve their power and keep the world as it is. So, if we follow the pathing, we can sort of see that over there is the main road, and going up that hill, near where that giant mausoleum is, above where the character's head is, and a minor Erd tree off to the left, yeah, we're headed over there. That's where our map is. We're gonna beeline it right there. As once we're done with that area, we do need to head back to Liurnia. But I wanted to give people a different sense of expectations for the events that take place in Elden Ring. A. B. We need to jumpstart some quests. C. Caelid is one of those areas that punishes the ill-prepared. It really does. You want to have a certain level of power. You want your stats to be arranged a certain way before actually starting in Caelid. With bosses being about a tier above, dual bosses being about a tier below. And the higher the tier, the more potent, the more powerful the enemies in the area are. Getting to and defeating Makar was a serious challenge for us. It really was. I really can't stress that enough. Makar was not something we were ready for yet. But we did it. Because at some point we have to cross the hurdle and get there. Okay, we have our map. We're not ready. Also, I want to point out this isn't even the map of the portion of Altus Plateau. The actual map fragment we want is somewhere over here. But this is the map fragment we wanted. Now what we're going to do is go back to the table and talk to some folks. The folks whose quest lines I think needed serious jump starting.
I've been waiting for your return. I've decided to leave the Round Table Hold. I'm off in search of a noble scholar known as the Gold Mask, to beg his instruction. We may not meet again for some time. If there's any incantations you wish to learn, now's the moment.
No, we didn't give him anything worth learning. Yep, may the Golden Order shine through us. Nothing here. I believe if we go talk to Fia now, we should be ready. And then I have another NPC worth showing off.
Would you like?
Yes, I would love to be held. Please tell me that this was the trigger we were looking for. It might actually be going to Nokron and not anything else.
You are so.
Ah, okay, this was the trigger.
My dear, might I ask something of you? Could you please find the owner of this dagger and return it to them?
The weathered dagger.
A certain person gave it to me as a gift. It's a very precious thing. It must have a special place in the owner's heart. So I would like for the original owner to have it back, if you wouldn't mind. I'd like you to find the owner. It's a very precious...
Sure, we can do that. I think we can manage a little fetch quest, don't you? After all, Mama did ask nicely. This will be the only time we get to access the dagger, so let's go over it now. Dagger received from Fia, the deathbed companion. It was once a special weapon of gold and silver intertwined, but it is now worn down and marred by a black gash. Yes, the black gash. There's probably a reason for that. I better check that. Sure, it's not important. Sure enough, it is. I'll read that later. I will, however, leave a thumbs up to let people know that I've acknowledged the statement. Okay. First, using the Baldachin's blessing. Second, the person we may need to return the dagger to is not immediately obvious. That person is D. Right here. You probably could have talked to 100 NPCs, or like 10 different NPCs to find the correct one. It's D.
Did you need something else?
You'll see why.
Well, what have we here? How did you get your hands on that dagger? Well, that hardly matters. I know very well whose dagger it is. Why don't I return it to them for you? Good work, bringing this to me.
Do you remember how Dee said that he had to eradicate those who live in death? That their stain on this world is a blight to everyone that comes in contact with them? After all, he commented about it with Rogier, right? Or like he couldn't bear to look at the man that was standing right over there off that balcony. We're about to see things take a very interesting turn of events. We actually have 3 golden seeds. Great. Yes, we need more flasks, and having 7 of those is very worth our time. Now, we're gonna go talk to Fia again. Note, that door is open. It wasn't open before. Fia is gone. Where might she have gone? Let's see what awaits us at the open door. And I think I already see our problem. There's Fia, but whose corpse is that? Oh. It's Dee. It's Dee's corpse. And of course, what's sticking out of him but Deathblight? Yeah, that's a problem. Let's pick this up for now. We get his bell bearing and his armor. I believe the twin set is one of the ones that has... no, I don't think so. Actually, let me look at something real quick. Also, I kept the internet on this whole time. Not a good sign. Under armor, certain armors have armor passives. It does. This actually does have a set bonus. Good, I'm glad I checked. So each piece of this, and quite clearly says that last statement that's here, confers exactly what the set bonus is. Increases damage dealt to those who live in death. 1.5% per equip, I believe, is the going rate for armor sets that increase damage dealt to specific targets. So the whole set is like 6% extra. Worth noting, should we have a chance to fight those who live in death. I don't think we need this right now, seeing as how if we attempt to wear the armor, we are most likely going to be at heavy roll without equipping a lighter shield, but it is good to know. Or making our shield gravitational at the expense of guard boost. Now, Fia, why are you here?
Finally, it is returned to its rightful place, the stolen Hallowbrand of the exalted noble. And now, I must bid you goodbye as well, though I ask you deliver this message to the Round Table Hold. I am Fia, deathbed companion, hark Round Table. Disturb not the death of Godwyn, the exalted. We who humbly live in death, live in waiting, to one day welcome our Lord. What right does anyone have to object? Our Lord will rise, the Lord of the many and the meek.
And like a ghost, she fades, leaving only Dee's dead body. I think we could infer what happened here. Because after all, it was a dagger of all things that was exchanged. Yeah, I'm pretty sure by return that was bothering the heart of its original owner, she meant a real heart. She intended to bury this dagger in the chest of someone, and that person was Dee. And given that it was specifically Dee who died, Dee died. See the reference? Although that is not what the D stands for. You know, let's just say I think these two had a history, and leave it at that. We watched an altercation take place in a supposedly peaceful location, but things are about to take a more dour turn than that. Over here, on this side of the aisle, is another door. It too is open. And is that an invader back there? I don't like, dealing with invaders, you know? No. But I don't like what's back here either. Ugh, gross. Who are you?
Have you ever felt the curse? With your whole being, the pox upon life itself, feared and despised by all. The reviled blessing. Apparently not. You are but a lamb, a stranger to defilement, ignorant of your own ignorance. You no longer interest me. I've been long without peace. Don't spoil my quietude. I asked you not to disturb me. Be thankful of the hold serenity. It is all that keeps your death and defilement at bay.
I don't like that last D word. Defilement. Yeah, this is the Dung Eater. We'll talk more about him later, but let's just say I'm not very surprised that he took this room. I'm also not very surprised he's here. Yeah, the trigger for that was stepping into Altus Plateau. That's where his questline starts. He's tied up with another NPC. However, I will not bother to mention that NPC until later, when it is more fitting to do so. Instead, I'm going to talk to you.
Greetings. Are you here for spirit?
There's something you should know. Does it happen to concern our friend over in the left hall?
I need to warn you about something. A little while ago, someone started lurking in the wing on the opposite side of the round table. And I can hear, from all the way over there, the howling and wailing of spirits in fear of a curse. I can even hear the repulsive twisted malice in itself. A plethora of spirits in an unceasing cacophony. I can't even imagine. How much suffering inflicted to who knows how many souls. Not even the grafting caused anything like this to happen. You should keep your distance. I know you're strong, but please.
Okay. Well, she apparently knew more than we let on, but not that much more. It's more like an observation, not anything else in particular. Well, seems nobody likes him, and I can't say I blame them. You don't have anything to state? I didn't think so. Sad, but not unexpected, I guess. Alright, well, now that we've done that, we have to return to Liurnia. Let's see, do we have any? We do not. And this isn't enough to level off of, so we will be returning those two soft runes. Is there any whispers that I've missed? Okay. No, not at all. Yeah, we don't really have anything else we need to do right now in Altus. It was worth, like, initiating a few things sort of get that jump started. But now what we're going to do is we're going to return to Liurnia. And we probably need to change our... Yeah, actually beforehand, we need to change our equipment back to what it was. As there is... We need to start fighting some nighttime bosses. And we need to start exploring Central Liurnia. We're going to select the Warlock again. Because we don't, again, we just don't have the right build to make Paladin work yet. At least not really. Not really. Spells. We're going to change those out. And if, in case you were wondering, the boss we're probably going to go fight is not very weak to magic, and I think is outright immune to cold. So we're not going to bother with that. Instead, we're going to fill out the usual suspects. Let's see. Poison. We can put on our Flame of Frenzy again. And then we're going to fill out the other damaging spells as appropriate. And then finally... we've been using summons a tad bit more. Let's start carrying heal on us. And go from there. Also, as you can see, we've actually got more bosses. So this is something else that's pretty cool about Elden Ring Reforged. It has access to boss resurrection, which can only be performed here at Round Table Hold. It has quite a few options available to us. If we want, we can go kill Loretta at any time. It's not every boss. It's certain bosses. Like with Stormvale Castle, we can refight Godric again. I've typically been using Godric to grind specific chunks of runes, but not runes overall. Killing enemies is a lot faster for the amount of hassle killing a boss is generally worth. Loretta would also probably be nice to grind on, seeing as how they are vulnerable to various status effects. That being said, I'm not going to show that off just yet. We've already shown it off earlier anyway, but it's probably worth unveiling again at a different point. Now is just not the time. For now, we've changed out our spells, so we're going to pass the time until night, and then make our way over to where I know a boss is, and that's going to be over here at Gate Town. It's very shortly before. It's very, very shortly. That steeple there is about where that is. Let me talk about it. This nighttime boss is a ritual death bird. More health. Holy damage, especially headshots. It's less vulnerable, has more health. It is capable of casting explosive ghost flame. It is also capable of projecting other cold or ghost flame type effects, and it is capable of building Deathblight like crazy. Believe me when I say that this boss is harder. We're gonna get right to it. And if you thought that Deathbirds on horseback were okay, it'll be far... Yeah, see what I mean? Right here. This one is far better on horseback than on foot. See? A lot more aggressive as well. and darn near instant frostbite. And if you stop for even a second, you allow it to catch up to you, you die. Not fun. Also, I'm going to withhold popping any rune arcs for the time being. I don't even believe we have any. We do not. We don't even have the sanctuary stones to make it, so it's the last one we get for a while. Yeah, not fun. It's just all in all a much harder version. Hey there, GFX Strom 1. Welcome to the stream. How you were doing? How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. I am doing well. Stream is going fine. We are now fighting the Deathrite Bird, in which we have a few extra tools at our disposal, but it is not an easy fight. No matter how easy. Look. Stream every day? No. Sunday days. Friday is going to be on YouTube, not Twitch. So, I suppose my streaming schedule is just Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday if you're talking about Twitch specifically. Perfect. Okay. Oh yeah, that's bad. I feel I needed to jump off torrent there. Definitely not a fun fight. Interested in getting some graphics done for your channel? Funny thing about that, I had someone else proposition me for graphical work, and I'm currently getting that done through them instead. Depending on how that goes, I might be interested in some fine touch-ups or tune-ups, but other than that, I've already got like a contract or a package being worked on. Thank you for stopping by to propose that, however. Not really sure what else to say other than that. I am already spoken for currently on graphics work. Might I recommend... Well, I don't know. If you check me out, you probably already know where to look for other people who might possibly want graphics being done. Such as Twitter or other portions of Twitch or Twitter or Instagram. I see those requests come up a lot. You need to update, please let me know. Very well. Not a problem. Oh, and as a general rule, I do not talk during boss fights. I think I've mentioned this on camera before, and it's worth mentioning again. Since I've already broken that precedent twice, I don't make a habit of talking on camera during these. I typically like to be focused. Oh, have we found your leashing range? I think we have. Although that's probably going to be broken the second they come over here. I need to find some cover. Or something. Hopefully I'm doing a fine job of showing how much easier this fight is on horseback compared to normally. Trying to dodge this on foot would be an actual nightmare. Oh god. That attack is either new... I've not seen that one before, and I didn't want to find out what its effect was. Oh, was that something I needed to jump there? That is not good. Okay. Need more flasks. We can't really be inflicting a... although... that is something I should have done beforehand. I should have previewed the boss's weaknesses. So, the Deathrite birds have mostly the same strengths and weaknesses as normal death birds. They just have more health. That's really about the only difference. They take 15% more strike damage, so you'll want to bring out your hammers. They take 25% more holy damage. That is still true. The only two statuses they are vulnerable to are Scarlet Rot and Madness, and we don't currently have a good way of inflicting Scarlet Rot right now, so we're kind of stuck. This may actually mean that the... well, I have a different problem with using the Paladin Fortune, and that is we kind of don't want to be sitting at half health, and it's not particularly very good form if that is what we have to do for this fight. I think we just need more flasks, and need to rely on not getting hit so much. Let's adjust these. Let's say 5 flasks. We barely even ran through 2 before we died. Yeah, this seems about appropriate, and then we can adjust our spell loadout accordingly. This one should be arranged for Bestial Sling. We can get rid of these. Anything that does not directly impact our game plan is what should be removed. Litany of Proper Death. Not gonna have the time to cast that. Need to stay on the move. And this is one of those other things that people sort of have to make sure they pay attention to with Elden Ring Reforged, is that this game, this mod, does not reward you for just sticking it out with the same playstyle over and over again. Like, you can make anything work, but you have to be willing to accept the shortcomings if that is what you are going to do. If you're not going to do that, then you best get with the program and use something that's effective. We're going to pass the time until nightfall. One thing I should point out in Elden Ring about the time, and this is just something that has been changed several patch cycles ago, but wasn't always the case, is that when you die, you don't have to reset it to night immediately. Notice that I was able to get 2 attempts out of that. That is because you advance it by 4 to 6 hours instead. So if I were to die right now, instead of late night, or instead of morning, it would be late night. And if I died again at late night, only then would it be morning. It's not as good as, say, not having the time change, but I think the time changing is an intended effect in Elden Ring, so this is a nice compromise. Oh, you can go right into an attack from that? Okay, I guess that's good to know. I guess if you're close enough, you can do that. He, they. I don't know. This thing's a they, not a gender in particular. Okay, we're gonna need to regenerate Torrent's health. Pay attention to it. Oh, that's not good. Go ahead and refresh this too. We're gonna need it. Oh, I don't know how I dodged that one. Oh, stepping in that is not smart, Coin. Come on. All this to get another thwack at using a javelin. He probably didn't need the extra extra cerulean flasks, if I'm being honest with you. Yes, please do this more. I feel like we won that by fluke rather than by a real victory, but you know what? We take those. And our reward is the Ancient Death Rancor, a strictly better upgrade of Rancor Call. It just requires more int than we have the ability to get at the moment. Even if we wore the correct gear, we would still have a hard time with it. Sorcery of the Servants of Death. Summons a horde of vengeful spirits that chase down foes. Charging enhances potency. They are cinders of the ancient death hex, raked from the fires of ghost flame by death birds. Well, that is 25k. That goes right toward a level up. Fantastic. I know I said we were going to be on an Isle cleanup today. That didn't really materialize because Makar took us a few attempts to get down. That'll be fun later when I'm reviewing footage. But an important part is that we started on the objective of cleaning up. We didn't exactly get to complete it, but that's fine. I still have to finish putting together a list of items that we will be cleaning up. Also, we still have the central portion of Liurnia, including under the Academy, to look at. We also have Academy Gate Town to explore. So we're not completely done yet, is the point I'm making. But we are coming upon the beginning of the end, where we'll be eventually heading inside the Academy. There are a whole bunch of sorcery upgrade goodies that we will want for our wizard and our sorcerer class. That'll be about it. I'll order all of this off on screen, but I do want to make a point of putting out the what am I trying to say? I'll be making a point of probably upgrading some stats off camera. My intended goal with this is I want to try to get all of the physical scores that would be vitality, endurance, and mind up to 25. Which means I'll be grinding bosses a whole bunch, because we're at the point where my rinky-dinky little grinding spot over here doesn't work. I need something better than that. That being said, in the meantime, here's an overview. I've already given the overview. I don't need to do that. So let's go see about finding someone to go raid or host or shout out, depending on our audience. And it looks like I already know where that audience is, mostly. People tend not to stick long. Sounds like we'll be doing a shout out today, and not anything more than that. But that's fine. I want to thank you guys so much for having stopped by, leaving follows, leaving support, all that other fun stuff. I really do appreciate it. Trying to think. Is there anyone we want to give our attention to today? Not particularly. I think what I'm going to do is... I'm going to turn you guys over to my usual. His name is Gino. If you guys like Elden Ring, a lot of my people are here for FromSoft material. You will love Gino Machino. He's a super relaxed streamer. I highly recommend checking him out. He's doing Dark Souls today instead of Elden Ring. But anyone who's been on his streams know that he has been working on like tournaments and other stuff, or doing hitless challenges for Dark Souls 3 again. So, you know, if you like that sort of material, definitely feel free to go there and give him some love. He deserves it. Thursday, we will be playing some more Blasphemous. We have a boss to kill. That might be the whole episode as well. So strap in and get comfortable. Friday will be YouTube stuff. It's going to be Grim Dawn. I think I've pretty much decided that the actual purpose of live material over at Swirling Vortex, that's my YouTube channel by the way, will be to work on projects on YouTube that I wouldn't have the time to edit or do otherwise. That's pretty much about it. If you guys like the content and you haven't done so already, please make sure to leave a follow. Lets me know that you like it and I can continue doing this. Although I like Elden Ring, so we'll probably continue doing it anyway. You know what I mean. I gotta get the shilling out of the way. If you guys like the content on a more, or if you guys want to support the content in a more direct way, following and turning on the notification bell are free. They're always free. It's an easy method of supporting your streamers. If you do like direct financial support or want to do that, however, all donations, all tips, go toward the purchase of stream equipment. Those links are in the About Me section over on Twitch. I have coffee. I have stream elements. I have some other stuff all set up to take donations. And I could seriously use your help with getting a mixing board, but you know, I still have to narrow down the mixing board in question. So don't worry about it yet. Still, know that your donations, your contributions go towards those purchases, things that would make the stream better. Even something as simple like the commission work, or not simple, but even something as seemingly innocuous as a brand name or a change in graphics. Your money also goes towards that stuff. I try to always keep your money going towards something beneficial. That being said, you know, times are tough. I got it. Follows are always free. And I've harped on enough about that. My name is Coinstamp, and this has been another episode of Elden Ring Reforged. And I will see you guys on Thursday with some different content, different material. Stay safe out there. Know that our hallowed halls are always welcome and open places for discussion and discourse. We talked about philosophy and culture today. Maybe we talked about it in a more personal fashion, since there wasn't really anyone who entertained the exchange in that way. We did have someone stop by that entertained that in a different manner, but we very quickly moved back to game material afterwards. And I'll work on all the and umming. Promise. I'll see you guys around. Take care, and bye-bye.